All right, everyone. How are you guys? Good morning.
Good.
Good morning.
So yeah, I heard that, Eddie. Sorry about that, but just keep strong. Like I said, we're gonna be with you. We're not gonna leave you. We're not gonna run away. We're gonna make sure you get to this IT stuff, before anybody. Maybe I'll just push a little bit more on you, and I'm already doing that in the chat. You saw me. I was not helping you at all, right? So,
Yeah. I was pulling my hair out, man. I think
So Eddie was having some
hair.
issues. Eddie was having some issues, and he sent me a message that, "What do I do?" And I didn't. I was like, "Okay, go ahead and figure it out," right? Kind of like I'm like, I wanted to make you like an IT person. You need to do the 30 minutes of troubleshooting, and instantly after, without me even helping, I knew he's gonna do it. And after like 15 minutes, he sent me, "Hey, I had to just watch the video for next 2 minutes." So I was like, "There you go. You see that?"
I stopped the video. I stopped watching it right before you explained it.
And I knew it because I was like, that's where he's gonna go. So I was like, okay, go ahead and figure it out. So of course, I'm just joking with you, but in terms of such a situation, yes, if you have that situation, then of course we will work more with you just to make sure your resume is on time and everything. So then at least you can start shooting it out. Like I have mentioned many times, that you guys are taking this training just to make yourself feel good about your skills, and when you land the job and you feel better. It's not that you're not going to get a job. We have too many examples in this whole IT world that you are going to get a job if you go to the company. It's really depending on the person. They may just give you the job, and then you just have to do it. So keep your thinking positive, because IT is too open right now. So don't worry about this stuff. In the beginning, I'm sure it's going to be hard, but we're going to work with you.
Okay? And Eddie, look, use this as a good example. This whole pandemic going on, like the job you're doing right now, it's very vulnerable to situations like these, right?
Yep.
Now, when you get into IT and things like that, you can work from remotely. Like you would have a laptop, you can do all your jobs remotely. You won't have to worry about being out of work and not doing anything.
Yeah. The timing is perfect on that. I was telling my friend, thank God I'm taking this training and I'm getting out of this bartending shit.
Yeah, exactly.
If you look at it, how our jobs became so important in the last 7 days. To be honest, the whole company, all over the companies, look, as Hadi, as Ali, me, myself, every company is like paused right now. They cannot even do anything without IT people. Trust me. Everybody needed the laptop. In my company, the clients that I work with, almost 2 of them, was just in panic because they were actually ready, but still at the same time, somebody had to know the knowledge of getting them hooked on the laptops, VPN getting ready. And the lecture that you guys are going to learn today is going to make so much sense to you today. It's just like I feel like that situation is bad, but for you guys, the situation is at the best time for you to understand what's going on. So today we're going to learn about Office 365, which is kind of like the core of everything today. I'm not sure, Leila, you guys are using Office 365 or not in your office, but I'm not sure, how are you guys logging into the email? Like if they say work from home, what are you guys using?
KPMG does use.
We use VPN.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys use
to get to the email? To get to the email, what do you guys are using then?
Do you go to portal.office.com and then you log in with your credentials, like your name at KPMG?
Yeah.
So yeah, they're using Office 365.
So that's Office 365 right there. Okay. Yeah. But VPN, probably you're using it to get to your computer at work, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, VPN, when we work remotely.
Okay, so you basically log into VPN and then get to the computer, right?
Yes.
All right, when we start the training, and if you see something similar, let me know. So we can.
Yeah, we're going to do that today. So, okay, so now the way we're going to start our training today, and I'm recording, I can see that. So when we start the training today, it's going to be summarizing what we have done in the last 2 trainings. We're not going to go into technical side because you guys have already done that and you have the videos. And we are going to, if you guys have any questions about the last training, we're just going to take that questions after this training. So it doesn't become like a, the training of the past, basically. Let's keep those questions. And at the end, I'm going to answer all of your questions for the last two days of the training, okay?
And if you have any questions for Office 365, write it down. When I'm done talking, when I'm done teaching in the middle, or when we take a break, we can answer some of them. And then the major ones, we can also answer what Danish said at the end, all right?
Okay.
All right, so this is the agenda for today. That we're going to do summary, then we're going to start Office 365 for help desk specifically. Webmail, Hadi will be taking over, then I will be coming in at the end. And Outlook application will be Ali, and then Exchange Basics will be me, myself, and then we're going to do questions. So a lot of things today, but all of this stuff is kind of like, I would say compared to the last training, this is going to make more, it's more fun training today. It's more like visually you're going to like it. It's just too easy, okay? So let's go ahead. I want to do a little summarization with you guys. If you guys can watch my screen, can you guys confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So if you guys tell me that which one is a domain controller in this lab right now, can somebody point me to that? Which machine is a domain controller?
DC100.
Why is DC100 domain controller?
Because we made it the controller.
Well, why is it? Like, what's so special
because it has
about
Active Directory.
Active Directory.
What does DC stands for?
What?
What does DC stands for?
Domain controller.
Domain controller,
Nice.
perfect. Yes, so we made is not an answer. You don't want to say that in an interview. You're going to lose that in an interview, okay? So, okay, that's not an answer. The answer is because it has Active Directory. Now, what's so special about the help desk? Like, let's say if I say, Leila, I'm not going to give you access to domain controller because it's a server, and you will only have access to the help desk, how would you troubleshoot users when they call you with the Active Directory problems? My password is locked out. I need to change my password. I need to add a group. I need to add a title. Where do I do that on the help desk machine? What tool do I have to use?
Active Directory.
Active Directory, but Active Directory came from what tool? What did we put into this help desk machine?
RSAT. Sorry.
RSAT, perfect, good, example, great. RSAT is the one that we installed on this machine to make it what? To make it more like a Prince machine, right?
Okay.
We made it more powerful machine because we made a connection between help desk with the domain controller, and now when I open the Active Directory, if somebody call me, I can help them. Oh, maybe I'm not logged into the correct machine right now. But if I open it right now, I can help them. But here you go. If you were the help desk today, it will these whole things are happening. How would you troubleshoot your user from home if they call you about Active Directory issue on premises, meaning inside the company, they logged into the computer from home and they're having issue. They cannot log into the computer. Their username and password is not working. How would you fix their issue from home?
I don't know.
You have to.
We would remote in, but I don't know is that it?
No, that's good. That's it. You will also, just like a user is remoting into their machine, you're going to remote into your help desk machine, right? From a remote connection, if I open, let's say this is a remote connection. You made a VPN connection, right? Which is something we're going to show you tomorrow. But let's say you made a VPN connection, your connection is connected now. All you got to do is to type what do I need to type to log into my help desk machine? Help desk? 100, right? From your home machine, you connect it to that, and then through the Active Directory, you can help people out. But you see, that's why are you doing this? Why are you doing remoting in and getting into that machine is what I'm basically getting you in there. Why are we doing that? What's the reason? Let me show you the reason here. Because if you guys remember, we are using a on-premises network, right? So we have a building like this right now. Okay, we are building like this, and let's say this is the domain controller, DC, right? This is a domain controller, DC, the server. And let's say this is your help desk machine right here, and it's connected to this domain controller through what? RSAT, right?
RSAT.
So these are the users right here, just like Leila, she's basically not in the office, but from her home. Let's say this is her home. Can you guys see my screen clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is your Leila, your home, and you are using VPN to connect to this machine, your machine right here. But now you're having an issue. Let's say you're having an issue. You cannot log into that machine. You call the help desk. The help desk is also working from home, right?
Yes.
So this is the help desk working from home, right?
Yes.
So the help desk also log into his machine or her machine using VPN, and he or she can help you out by using Active Directory. So that person went in there, he reset the password and did all that stuff. Now, what do we call this setup? If you look on the top right here, what are we calling this setup right here? What is this?
On-premises Active Directory.
On-premises Active Directory. Perfect. Now, this is where I'm basically kind of like phasing you into the Office 365. Now, you see, that is if you are going into the machine and you have to do something, but a lot of companies were doing this also before, like before Office 365, that was a normal process. This is not something new. There were people working from home many, many years ago, right? So back in the days, we also have another server called, and not back in the days, still currently it's still there. We called it what? Exchange server. Can somebody tell me what is Exchange server? What does it do?
Does it do email and calendaring? I'm not sure.
No, that's correct. It does emails. It does connect you to the calendar, but the main purpose of Exchange server was what? Email.
Email, okay.
So you had a server inside the building, and that server was connected to the Outlook. Let's say this is Leila's machine right here. We're gonna call it Outlook right here. And that Outlook is directly connected to the Exchange server, right? So you go to the office, you open the machine, and I'm sure you all have experienced it. You open Outlook and it gets connected, right? It gets the emails right there, right? So that email was basically coming from what? That was coming from Exchange server internally. So if I was a systems administrator and my help desk called me that we're not getting any emails throughout the building, so what would I do right now in the coronavirus situation? From my home, I'm going to connect to Exchange server, fix the problem, and let the help desk know that you can go and test it with Leila, and Leila will just refresh their machine, and the emails will come up because I fixed it, right? So now, if you look at the situation right now, it's a little problematic, right? If you look at it, we're relying on what right now? We're relying on a VPN connection always, right? To connect to our on-premises building. So this, and also the Exchange server maintenance right here, this guy was so much that you had to hire a new systems administrator who knew Exchange stuff. So $80,000, $90,000, that person you have to hire that person. And even I'm a sysadmin, but I'm still weak in this area. This is not my area. I didn't want to touch it. I hated it. And that's how most of the sysadmin feel. They don't want to go into that, right? So Microsoft thought of something. Microsoft was like, why? Okay, what if we do something like this? And they have so many customers, like let's say, what if it's a small business and they don't want to invest in an Exchange server like that? I mean, they're not going to hire an $80,000 person in the small business, right?
Right.
So what will be the solution for people like small business, even large businesses who are tired of, fixing this stuff right here? It's a lot of knowledge needs required. So what's the solution right here?
Make it web-based.
Make it web-based, perfect. So here you go. You got a Microsoft right here. Let's say this is a Microsoft. Okay, I'm gonna call it MS, right? And now we got the same situation, right? Same situation. These are the people that are working inside the building. And this is the same Exchange server, and we have Active Directory, right? AD and Exchange server. So CEO sat down with me one day, and I'm like, man, this Exchange server stuff is too much for me. You need to hire somebody, okay? And the CEO is like, man, that's kind of crazy. I don't have that kind of money, $80,000 to hire another person. So what should we do? So we found out that, oh, you know what? Microsoft came up with this new solution. So they're saying that, why are you even putting Exchange server in your home, in your own premises? Why don't we give you the server? Why don't we give you a product that has everything that you're looking for email, for even more than email now, every application, cloud-based applications, even Word on the cloud, even Excel in the cloud, even PowerPoint in the cloud, even documents in the cloud, meaning like your documents that you're saving on a computer can be saved in the cloud. So I'm like, wow, that's a perfect solution, and it's cheaper, right? You have to like pay only like $16 per user, depending on how far you want to go. But that's nothing for companies, right? If they want to, like, they don't have to manage nothing on the server. All they have to do is to remove this whole server and now connect their applications directly from Microsoft. Now, will we need VPN for this kind of stuff?
Possibly, yes.
What's that, sorry?
Yeah, I'm saying yes, possibly. To
No,
log
you will
into
not need
Microsoft?
VPN
I don't
anymore.
think so.
Oh, you don't?
Nope. Yep. So why are they? Why is VPN is not required in this? Because all of this solution is what is web based.
Okay.
So even though these computers are connecting to the Microsoft Office 365 servers, you can be in home right now and you can connect to your email directly through using your web browser. Done, no problem, right?
Mhm.
But here's the thing, you may think that, okay, if that's happening, then maybe that's a alarming thing for me. I might lose my job. What about that? I used to fix VPN stuff. I used to go to this machine and do a lot of Outlook stuff. That was a lot of work for help desk, and that's kind of like job security you can think of, right?
Yeah.
So, but still, that's not, a lot of people are thinking that way, but think about it. Who is going to manage the access of this person in the cloud now? You see what
Azure
I'm,
guy.
no, not Azure. Office 365, Azure, both are different things.
Oh.
I'm going to explain to that. But here's the thing. Who is going to give access to Leila or you or Bernal to access that email? You, the help desk, right? So now you need to know the skills of administrating Office 365 right here. You don't need to worry about Exchange at all. We're still going to show you a little bit of Exchange. But that's where the focus is right now. Think about it. Everybody's moving from home. Do you really think that everybody were prepared for VPN type of connection? No, not at all. So many companies don't even know how to use VPN. But so many companies already moved to Office 365. So it's a pretty easy process. All you gotta do is to give an employee a laptop. Even if they don't have a laptop, tell them to go to one link, portal.office.com, and they got emails, they got calendar, they got files, they got everything from what? From their browser right here, right? Isn't it make it so easy for people to manage their environment now? I mean, there's no issues, right?
Yeah.
But somebody still has to go to the administration side of the Office 365 to let you access this environment, because you are the person who's going to give licenses. You're the person who needs to add people. And also, just like Active Directory, you will get the same calls that my account is locked out. I cannot access my email. So who's going to fix those issues? You guys, right?
Yes.
Am I making any
Yes,
sense to you guys so far?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, very,
Okay.
very much so.
Okay, great. So, because that's what I want to hear, because that's the understanding is the main thing right here. Then the rest training is easy, but once you get the understanding very clearly, and then the stuff is easy. Any question about this, like any confusion or anything, so I can quickly fix that.
No.
Okay, no confusion?
Yes. Not yet.
All right. All right, cool. So now we cleared that. What's the differences and everything right there. But here's another the thing we like to basically talk about. So tell me, guys, if this is a small company right now, this is a small company, and we only have 5 people working in our company. All right, 5 people working. And let's say I'm the CEO of this company. Will I need, if I want to manage these 5 machines, do you guys think that investing in Active Directory is a good decision or not a good decision?
I think it's a good decision.
Okay. What about you, Bernal and Eddie?
Yes, I do agree. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
always
5
to go
people.
manage them. Yeah.
I didn't understand the question. Sorry.
So if we have, let's say we have 5 people.
Yes.
5 people in the building. I am the business owner. Do you think managing these 5 machines, do you think we need to get Active Directory for them to manage all these machines?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So now, if I am the CEO and I have no clue about Active Directory, and now I need a server for that too. So think about now my pain right here now. I need to buy a server.
Think of like a manager and think of, would you rather save money and be cost effective and more efficient, or you just want to go all out because you just feel like that's the best way to do it? Think like a manager.
Oh, I would want to save
Cost
money.
effective?
Okay. So now what will be the solution? Let's say if this is about cost effective stuff, I'm not going to go here. I'm not going to do Active Directory. Why? Because I don't have the knowledge. I don't have a server knowledge. And it's just not like a good idea to spend on something that much, and I have to hire somebody to just manage 5 machines. You can walk to them. You can walk to these machines and fix it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
So what would be the solution right here for these people? Let's say I want these people to work in a coronavirus situation. I want them to go home and work from home.
They can do Office 365. Right? That's online.
Ah, perfect. So Microsoft have targeted small business, large business, and now enterprise level. All of the universities, 80% of them are using Office 365.
Oh.
All the colleges are using Office 365.
Yeah.
All of the nonprofits are using Office 365. The email market, they have really taken over. Back in the days, Exchange was on the top, and still Office 365 is on the top right there. But they are like, that's where their main thing is. They have hold that market very like nicely, you know. So when you go for a job, it doesn't matter where you land a job. You may land a job with MSP, which is more like a service provider, and you may be working with multiple type of businesses. Maybe some are small, some are large, some are medium size, but you need to know the knowledge of this, right? You need to be able to troubleshoot that business. And that now, my last member who was working in UK landed a job in service providers, and these kind of jobs are there too. You know, you may land a job, and you then have to quickly learn everything, but this kind of information is going to really help you. Or you may land a job in a very small company, non-profit, which I like to do. I like lazy work. You know, I want to go there, just do one or two work, and I'm laying down for the next 8 hours. You know, so I like to do that kind of work. So you may land a job with a company like that. Both have advantages and disadvantages. We will talk about these type of things on the phone. Okay, that's not a part of this training. So we're going to be like, hey, let's talk about that type of job, this type of job, or this type of job. So we're gonna use our WhatsApp for that. Okay. So we have now know that small businesses can use Office 365 and enterprise level businesses can use Office 365. Now it's the time for us to actually learn about Office 365. So Hadi is gonna basically take over because so here's the situation. Let's say we are a medium-sized business, and now I work with Hadi. Hadi is my, let's say, systems administrator. And I added Hadi to the portal, and I've given him access. When did we do this last time? When did we do this whole process last time? We did that in an Active Directory, right? I was a system administrator. I was given in a task, and I added you guys, so then you guys can take care of the on-premises people, right? Now we, let's say, decided to go to Office 365, and I made Hadi a system administrator, and Hadi will be taking over, and he's going to train you guys and how you're going to manage your own company. So let's go ahead with Hadi, and he's going to now basically take over, okay? Hadi, are you ready?
Yeah. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Danish talked about what the Office 365 is and what the benefits are. Again, it's a cloud-based solution. You can also call it SaaS, S-A-A-S, software as a service. A lot of you guys already use that software as a service for a lot of products you use for HR when you go and fill in your forms and your tax and all that, like TurboTax, that's SaaS as well. So Danish mentioned how Microsoft came up with a solution to fight with this competitive market out there. To be honest, Microsoft isn't the only one that had this solution. You got Amazon, you got Google, Alibaba, all those companies out there who have their own products similar to Office 365. But obviously, Microsoft has a lot of shares in the market, so they have they're ahead of the game for now. So one of the things I would tell you guys to write it down and remember is this link called portal.office.com. We'll get back to it in a second, but before we go, I just want you to remember this link. This is a very important link. Portal.office.com. It looks different right now, but if you type it in, it should take you to a generic screen. If I go right here, it should look something like this. But before we go over there, I wanted to show you guys, I wanted to show you what's Microsoft is offering. So if you go to their main site, office.com, you will see that what Office 365 actually is. You will see a generic review and summary of what they're offering and how you can access your account. You can see right here, it says you can access through your computer, your mobile phone, tablet, a laptop, whatever you name it, as long as you have the internet connection. Keep going further down, you'll see like a bunch of names for the business. So for your home, they have a special pricing for it. You can either pay $99 a year for these products, or you can pay $69.99 per year for these products, or you can do monthly payment. I actually personally have this one, monthly payment $9.99, because it also gives me 1 terabyte of cloud storage, which I use to upload my pictures, because I travel a lot, take pictures and upload them there. And whenever, like, you can ask me, can you send me Danish's picture from 2006? I can send you right now. I have all.
Do that.
I have access to everything wherever I go in the world. I can log into somebody else's computer, and let's say if I'm traveling to Denmark, I can go there, log in, and I can access all my files from anywhere in the world. So that's what it is. You can browse through it yourself. You can compare and contrast all like the information of which product is giving you access to what. Like right here. So either giving you 6 terabyte total, 1 per person for your home use and whatever. Again, this is for business. Pricing might be different for that because they're going to be giving you so a lot of licenses. So they might be a little cheaper, kind of like a Costco. They give you a bundle of like, okay, if you give you $8 per user, this is what it's gonna cost. Again, you can go down and compare and contrast. Usually, when you go to your business or your work, they will have somebody who has already determined the products they need for their environment, for their users. So you won't have to make those decisions. But if you're doing it for yourself, for your own personal business, and let's say you have your own business, you want to start something, then you will determine what you want to buy and what you don't want to buy. Okay, so we're done with this. Going back to the link I told you, which was portal.office.com, it will take you to this generic screen. Now here, I can actually log in with any Microsoft account. I have my Outlook account, I have my Hotmail account, I can actually log in. But each company will give you their own domain and their own email address. So all of you right now, for example, are working for DMV Solutions. So Danish, the scenario for this training is Danish is the enterprise admin, and he hired me as a junior admin or somebody who can take over his part of his job because he's really busy. And he's given me a bunch of tasks. He's like, okay, and this is me going to be logging in the first time. So the task he's given me is that all 3 of you are also joining the company, and all of you going to be admins as well. So what I'm going to be doing is Danish already done it for me, for my account. So first thing first, I'm going to log in with my credentials that Danish has made for me, or whatever the admin in your company is going to be made it for you. So for me is my first name. Oops, where am I?
And by the way, guys, you guys have access to this same environment for 30 days. So all of you will be doing this hands-on for next 30 days, okay?
Oh.
So before I go click next, this, after the this is a domain. Now, you probably are wondering, oh, if portal.office.com goes around the world, how does Microsoft determine or distinguish between who's accessing what? And this is what determines that this domain right here belongs to your company, and Microsoft has given you that domain. So they will know that Layla or Eddie or Bernal is working for this company, and they already have the account or domain set up. So they're going to be logging into this domain. So if, let's say, Layla works for KPMG, she probably puts like Layla at kpmg.com. Is that correct? Or,
yeah.
Right, see, exactly. So any company will have their own personal customized domain, and they will log in here, okay? So I'm going to hit next. asking for my password. I'm going to enter that. It's going to ask me this question, stay signed in. I mean, if you're on your computer, your work computer, and you want to stay signed in, you can click yes, but this is like my personal computer. I'm just going to hit no. I'm going to give you this quick tutorial. Just
Can you guys see screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, one of my other machine had a very slow response. Okay, thanks, Ali. Sorry.
Now, looking at this screen, guys, can one of you tell me what kind of access do I have? Just look at the icons and just look through it real quick and let me know what kind of access do I have.
I see you have an admin access on
right here.
Yes.
Good, exactly. If I wasn't an admin, if I was just a regular user, I would only see like these icons that I've been assigned to. Like I have access to Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, and all this stuff. But since I'm an admin, I have admin rights. I have this tool, this icon as well, where I can do a lot of administration from there. But before I go any further, as I was mentioning earlier, that the benefits of cloud is you can travel anywhere in the world. And once you travel around the world, you can access your cloud products and your cloud environment from anywhere. And this is what I was talking about. If I were to go here, Word document, I can create a new blank document. I can work on it. Okay, Danish didn't give me the rights, but yeah. So if I had access to it, I can actually work here, save it. And once I save it, everything will be lined up right here. And you can log in from anywhere and you can be able to access it, those same documents that you worked on from anywhere in the world. Another thing is if you have a physically installed software like Word or PowerPoint on your desktop, or your laptop, or any device like I'm opening right now, and you logged in with your credentials for Office 365 from this Microsoft Word that I'm opening, it will also sync your local documents that you're storing on your machine to your cloud. And what you can do, you can go log in from anywhere in the world and access those documents that you saved on your machine as long as they have been synced to your cloud. You understand?
Yeah. One simple question. What happened to what do you do if you want a video conference? I thought they had Skype or something, no?
Yes, that's also part of this suite as well. We'll get into I'll go over it a little quickly in a bit, okay? Okay, so right here you can see I'm already logged in, but this is my personal account. And if I go to my office, if I save anything on this account right now and go to my personal account on Office 365, I'll be able to pull that document out, even though it's saved on my computer, but it's already synced to my cloud account, okay? It happens with all the products they have here. Let me go back. Yeah, any products you see here, you can put it on your local machine and also be able to access it anywhere in the world. Now, you were talking about Skype. Honestly, depending on your company, they will decide which product you need. You probably see Skype here somewhere, but if they're not, they have moved on to Teams. That's a new product they're using. This is out of scope for this, this lesson, but Microsoft has moved on to Teams, which is taken over rather quickly. And Team is the same thing. Basically, you do your conferences and everything, chat rooms for your company, and you.
Just to give you a little addition to this, because it's important, our training is going to be mainly designed on the Office 365 administration, not on a specific application. So for specific application, they have their own administrators, and they usually kind of like do internal office meetings. Like, for example, if there's a team, there will be a team administrator who's going to basically tell you how to use the team inside the business. So you'll have to comply with the policies, who can create, you know, I'm sure like everyone who's working in a business environment, you cannot just create meetings all over the business, right? So because everybody will be just having to, okay, why is there so many meetings going on? So that's something, of course, a company will take you and they'll teach you, they will let you know these are our policies. Our training is going to be mainly designed on the admin side, where you have to do technical stuff, and that's where the IT guys are going to be called. hey, I'm having an issue, I cannot access this team application itself, who then they will contact, and that's going to be you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Danish. Okay, so going back to our training. Sorry, clicking on random stuff. So the scenario was Danish hired me and he told me that, hey, I have 3 people coming in. We're going to have to create account for them and give them appropriate access to the products we have or the roles they're going to be performing. Cool. So first thing first, I already told you guys what all these icons you can do with that and the benefits of it. We're going to go into the admin user interface. Now we're in the admin console. First thing you're going to be seeing is the dashboard, and you're going to be seeing a bunch of billing and generic information. You're not going to be dealing with most of it anyway, but we'll get into it a little bit later. Danish already went over with you guys about Active Directory and what it is and how you can create and delete users and things like that. And this is pretty similar to that. So first thing first, we want to go ahead and show you what the users tab is for. One thing you guys need to remember in Office 365, if you want to change anything or you want to modify or add anything, just simply click on it. If there's no click button to it, there might be an arrow button to it. So for example, this one, I can click on it. It dropped down a bunch of options for me. For us to go ahead and do anything, you just simply, once you click on it, it will take you to that place that you want to go to. The first thing you want to do is you want to go to active users. This is where you create, delete, modify any users in your environment. Now this should look really familiar in terms of you've seen this before in Active Directory. Now, if I want to add user, you already can see right here, there's a button to it. And if you hover over it, you can either click on it, or if you're very tech savvy, you're really good with keyboard, you can do Shift plus A plus U. They have all these commands and little shortcuts, not for all of them apparently, but you know, for maybe like some stuff. So here you can already see that Danish already created users for Eddie and Burnell, and Layla is not there. So I'm going to be creating an account for Layla. So what it is pretty simple. We go ahead, we click on add user. Anything you see with the asterisk, this star right here, red star, this is the main thing you have to fill out. The one without it, you can leave it blank. But obviously in the company, you're gonna have to fill out this basic information. We're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of creation right here. So first, we're just gonna give her a first name.
So again, you will have to comply with the policy of how they want you to add a user, first name, last name, and the account. And that's something, if you look at it, you should feel a little better now, because Active Directory is a little technically more stuff, right? And here, when you see it's a page, it's like a web page, and oh, it's exactly the same thing. There's just more advanced features, but this is more fun to watch, which a lot of people tell me in a live training that I like this. You know, if I had a job like this, then I would do this more than just doing that something on a machine. You know. Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put the first name. I'm gonna leave the last name as an X. Okay. For display name, it's very important, because sometimes display name does not always mean your first name, last name. Sometimes you have a really big first name and last name, and you have a nickname for it. So usually users will be like, hey, can you just put my display name as my nickname? Leila, do you have a nickname by any chance?
No.
Okay, so we're just gonna take our X out. We're just gonna leave Leila. So that'd be easy for everybody to remember in our company. Now, username, that's always gonna be determined by your company's policies. Sometimes they have a policy like, oh, we're gonna use first initial and full last name and a number associated to it. But for this one, we can already tell, if you look at the screen right here, it looks like our convention is just our first name. So for this one, we're just gonna use her first name.
And I sent her password to your chat.
Okay. Okay, so this is her email address going to be for accessing this domain. It would be her first name, Laila, Again, this is the domain that we're on right now. If there are multiple domains, it would be all populated here. I don't know if you guys noticed, it keeps something pops up here.
Yeah.
It's checking for availability. Now, if there was multiple Leilas in the company, it will say username already taken or something along that line. And you will just modify this account. Like you put a number or something like Leila 1 is already there. She's going to be Leila 2.
And this is the reason they use policy, right? So if they use Leila first initials last name, so it's highly unlikely that another Leila will have the same name, but it's definitely more, it's common. So what if they have something, then they will make it even more like Leila this too, or maybe Leila with a date of birth or something, initials, first name, last name. So, they make that policy to make sure that this doesn't happen a lot.
Is it case sensitive?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure, but again, you have to, actually it is case sensitive. Good catch.
You can only.
You know what? I made a space. That's why you can only add letters, numbers, and the following special. Yeah. So if I take the space out, yep. So it's not, I guess.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter.
Yeah. So the reason it was giving me errors because I'm adding space to it, and that's why I was like, oh, you can't do that. All right. But again, your company will tell you if it's case sensitive or not. All right. Okay. So moving on. Two things to remember here. You can either auto-generate or let me create the password. We'll get into this in a little bit. So for now, we're just going to create the password for her. Danish has already sent me a password for her in the chat. Let me get that.
Yeah, it's just the same password that you guys are using for all the labs, so it makes it one. Remember that easiness, right, Eddie?
Just consistency.
Yeah.
Okay, so your company will have the format as well for the password. They're going to say, okay, we're going to have 6 characters and 1 letter and 1 special case and something. So you obviously follow those policies for your company. Okay, going further down, require this user to change the password when they first sign in. Usually this will be the case in the real environment, meaning when I'm creating an account for Leila in the real world, and I'm gonna check this mark for her. So when she logs in, it's gonna promote her to change her password right away. And she will do it based on her own liking and things like that. Again, she will have to follow our company's policy in terms of which password she can create or not create, okay? So for this one, I'm gonna uncheck it because I just wanna keep the password consistent for the rest of her labs, okay? This button right here, send password and email. For new user, it doesn't make sense because they don't have access to this environment. How are they gonna access the email? Unless we have a setup where this password will be sent to her personal email address, which is not safe. But for now, we're just gonna leave it as is. This could be applied when users already logged in and we change a password and they can access it and things like that. And we can do this for now. For now, this is what it is. Hit next. Location, depending on your company's location, you're gonna pick that country. If you're in the United States, we're gonna pick that. Okay, this is very important right here, this part. Now, licenses. In Office 365, you need to remember that 1 user equals 1 license, okay? So it's 4 of us right now, including Danish, so that's 5. And then you got Ali, so that's 6. We'll be using 6 licenses if we were to create for all of you. So for now, you can see Danish initially had 25 licenses and 21 of them are only available. So that means 4 of them are being used. And you can see right here, you can barely see it. Admin is 1. Bernal, Eddie, and me. So that's 4. 25 minus 4, you got 21 left. Now, I'm creating an account for Leila. So she's going to be using 1 more. So what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, I guess that was it. I guess one of them is not using it. So it's probably all 3 of us and admin is not using it. Anyways, we're going to select this.
I'm also making some accounts, so maybe that's why. I just made Ali's account, so
okay.
Maybe
so that's why it's not consistent. So we'll see. So anyways, you will see when you're signing, this will get reduced to numbers every time you assign a new account. Going further down, It was hidden, but if you click on it to expand, you'll see with this license, which applications are being assigned to the user. Now, whenever a new admin or new user will come in, they will have specific roles and specific access to certain apps. So here you can configure and uncheck which application they need access to and which application they don't need access to, okay? The one that's grayed out, that's just default. You can't really do anything about it. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it's a search, you know, it doesn't do anything. Mobile device management, this is BYOD, bring your own device. It's another branch in your IT department where they handle all the Blackberries, iPhones, and Samsung devices, and they configure it so you can access your work emails on your device. So this will be checked for that, but it's not part of this lab, so we're not going to do it. Again, you can take away rights. So if I were to take away some of them, like if I don't want the Office Business or Web or Microsoft Forms, anything, they will actually disappear from here. When you come back in, you won't see, like some user will have only access to CERN and they won't see this. And you will get tickets regarding, hey, I need access to this, or I got approval to access that. And you will come here and give them access, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. Hit next. Here's another important feature that you need to be mindful of. This is where you determine if the user is going to be an admin or a regular user. Right here, if by default, Layla is going to be just a user with no admin access, but she is a admin, so we're going to go ahead and give her admin access. We go over here.
So just one thing here. Remember that when we added you in the Active Directory on premises, what happened there? You were a default user in the company, right? You were not an admin.
Right.
So, but we had to go in there to make you a domain administrator in the Active Directory. So for you to do these things that what Hadi is doing right now. So the same concept applies in the web-based Office 365 as well. As you can see, you are a user, normal user with no admin access. So when you log into the portal.office.com, you're not going to see that admin icon. Here, Hadi's making you an admin now so you can do your job. So yeah, there you go, Hadi.
All right, thank you. So I'm giving her admin access. I click on admin center access, and right here, again, this will be determined by your manager or your supervisor. And for Danish told me that she's going to be a global admin, so I'm going to go ahead and click global admin. Now, what is global admin? If you really want to know all these roles, you can just hover over this question mark or whatever the symbol is, and it will tell you what the role, what the access is associated with that role. So with this one, she will have unlimited access to all the management features and most data in all admin centers. Now, one thing none of us can do is delete the owner of this account or the root account, okay? We cannot delete Danish's account because he's the owner, he bought it, and none of us can do that, all right?
I have a question, please.
Yes.
Layla is going to be an administrator to this domain, or only her account?
This domain.
So
that's why
he's going to have access to my stuff too?
So yes and no, okay? For in the real world, go ahead, Danish.
Let me explain it. So remember, when we make Layla a domain admin in Active Directory, she got superpowers. Yes, she can get access to any machines she would like to. She can reset the password of a user and log in as that user as well, but that's not what you do, right? You only do that if you are given permissions to do that, right? If you do that, let's say if I have a help desk rights and I reset Layla's password now in her company and I'll log in as her, that's an automatic fire, that's an HR policy. I basically kind of like I broke the rule. So I have to contact Layla first, and then yes, with that kind of rights, I can get to her machine, I can get to her email, but I have to reset her password. I cannot see her password. So similar access, the rules apply over here. When you make somebody a global admin in Office 365, you got the superpowers. You just cannot delete me because I am the owner of this whole program, right? But you can delete every single other person in this whole environment because you got this huge access. Now, some company may even limit you and give you a little lower access. As you can see, there are specific different type of admins right there. One is the help desk admin. So the help desk admin is more restricted, but if you think about it, when you work with the companies, 90% of the time, help desk has to do a lot of different things. So there will be more calls for a sysadmin, for IT manager from help desk, then I need access for this, I need access for this. They'll just give you global admin, and then they will give you the rules right there that if you broke the rules, you're fired. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
This is thing in security world, it's called least privilege access, right? There's a lot of times we give you access to only things that you need access to. And if you are to have given admin rights, you go through a lot of paperwork, you sign a lot of documents, things like that. If you violate this rule or this policy, or if you abuse your power, you're gonna get in trouble. So don't think that even though she has access to it, she can do a lot of damage to your account or things like that, because there is a way of tracking users' activity in environments like this. It's called auditing, and you'll get audited, and if they catch you, you're done. Okay.
Oh yeah, in Office 365, we're not going to go into that detail, but remember, you guys are getting training on a support level, right? In
Right.
Office 365, you can actually do this stuff for career, meaning you can become an Office 365 specialist or administrator. That person will be then going to security logs and everything that you do here and everything that I'm adding, there's a log that gets created. Hadi Wali this time created Layla and given her access to the global admin. Layla went into this mailbox and changed the permissions. So see how detailed these logs are.
Yeah.
So definitely, if there are some rules set and some alerts set, and that happens, then as a system administrator or a security specialist for Office 365, I will call Layla that, okay, what's up with this, right? So then we can, of course, it's going to go to HR and the whole process will start.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now quickly moving forward, we can determine which access she needs. We're going to get global admin. You can further click down and you can narrow down specific rights and specific things. We're not going to get into it. It'll be determined by your manager and things like that. But if you want to go and do your own with your own account, you can go ahead and do it. Profile information, we'll get into this as well in a bit. For now, we're going to leave it blank. But in your real environment, you're going to be filling out the job profile, which department you work for, office, your phone number, your street address, meaning like your company's address. But if you're remote and you want to put that in there, you can do it, and things like this. Hit next.
We're adding all that, you said? We're going to do all that?
For when you do practice, yeah, you could do it. But I'll give you an example right now. For example, let's say you fill all this stuff out, and down the road, somebody gets married, or they move their account, or they move the department, and you get a ticket like, hey, we have a ticket. I changed my department from HR to I'm a accounts manager or whatever. I want to update that, or my job profile, my job title has changed. I used to be associate, now I'm a consultant, so on and so forth. Can you change it? You will go back to the account and edit it. You can edit all those things, okay?
So we're like we're a high-paid, glorified secretary, kind of.
No. I mean,
no.
I'll get into
so here's the thing. Let's create the account. So one thing we want to, so from this whole task, what we want to tell you is that we can create account like that in the beginning. The rest of the things that you're asking is kind of like a ticket, right? It's like a ticket, right? You get a ticket from an HR and they're already giving you information. So you just have to type what they have given to you. But in the future, like Active Directory, these people are working in the company for past, let's say, 2 years. So they're going to have a lot of issues with these accounts. And then how are you going to go into the second phase of troubleshooting, getting married, my last name is being changed, my name has an error. How do you do all that stuff? That's going to be you, right?
Oh.
And trust me, secretary is only one. In your company, you're going to have like 20 admins, and they're going to be doing, because you're going to be dealing with thousands of users. So it's going to be a lot of administration, and you're not going to be 100% most of the time going to be in Office 365. You're doing all these trainings with Danish of domain controllers and all, like you're going to be going through Exchange and stuff like that. You're going to be doing a lot of stuff, okay? So this is just part of, if you're lucky and you got land a job specifically for Office 365, you're going to be doing more than what we're teaching you. But this is just for your tier 1, sort of a tier 2 help desk position. So you're not going to be going too much into it. But for now, we're going to tell you exactly the sort of tickets you're going to be getting in your job environment. So I went in and I clicked next all the way. Now I'm going to review what I've done. If everything looks good, I'm going to hit finish adding. You get the green check mark. You see all the green check marks. Every requirements have been fulfilled. And this one I hit close. And I don't know why they're asking me for my experience. Okay. Now, so as you can see, we have created her account right here. This was her display name. Her username is right here. And the license she has is premium. You can see the users with no licenses says unlicensed. So they're just like hogging the space for now, but we'll get into it. Now, there's a lot of things you can do here. The first thing we want to talk about is what is these things. So this is basically if you want to add like tens of hundreds of users at once, you're going to use these options right here, but we don't have to do it right now. It's pretty simple. Again, you just click on it, you follow the directions, and then you just add a CSV file and upload it. It will create all the users. A lot of times will be done by a lot of admins, so you may or may not get into that. And if you do get into it, it's very easy, simple. You just click on it and you follow the directions. And if you don't understand the directions, you can always Google it. But this is not part of this lab again. Because it's high level stuff, because a lot of times there's a lot of policies.
I'll tell you when you will need to do this, because think about it. If we bought Office 365 Access and I have, let's say 300 users on premises, like Active Directory that we were using, right? So I would be a system administrator, then coming over here. I'm not going to sit here and try to add 300 users one by one, right? So then I'm going to download that template that they're given to me, and I'm going to add all of the username and last names in the template, and add multiple users, and there's a CSV file. So basically, I will download that and add all that stuff in there, right? That CSV file that you see right there. So then I will finish this job. Everybody will be added the 300 accounts, but then I'm not gonna come over here and do the other job. Like that's gonna be you. You're gonna be contacting user that this is your new password, this is your access, and you're going to be doing all that job then. So if you look at your example, that currently what we're teaching you, we have how many users? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So let's say these 7 people are already in the company, and you just start joining this job, and you just went in there. In the beginning, what they're going to tell you that, can you just do the resetting password? Can you just do the basic stuff in the beginning? And they will teach you later on if they want you to do the scripting, like the multiple adding user stuff, like a multi-factor, more advanced stuff. Company will teach you. But in the beginning, they expect you to know how to reset a password, how to go back to the user. So now you have added a user. So Hadi can show you, if you get a call right now from, let's say, Eddie, and Eddie called that, hey, I cannot log into my Office 365. How would you troubleshoot that issue now in Office 365? We're not talking about Active Directory, right? We're talking about Office 365. So now, as a technician, the first thing you will do, what? You're going to go to the admin portal, and then you're going to go straight to the active users, right? There you go, Hadi's showing it to you. You're going to pick up the call. Okay, let me help you. I'm going to go to the admin portal. And then you're going to go where? Active users. And then you're going to find who? Eddie. Right? So Eddie's there. Now Hadi will tell you, how do you proceed to this call, that how would you deal with this type of issues? Many different calls can come in. And then now he's going to basically tell you,
Okay. So again, going back to the users, let's say if there are hundreds of users, you're not going to go, okay, let me go look. You can also come here and you can type in the user's name. And it will detect it for you, and you can pick it up. So there's a lot of ways you can access a user. So when we come into the active users, and going back to users, you can look at it couple things. One thing you can see, if you hover over, you see this key symbol, and you also see this 3 dots where it says more actions. So if I were to select this user, right, and if I click on it, you can see what those things are. So the key symbol is also here. What it is basically a resetting your password. That's a quick way to reset somebody's password. You can also come back here on top, click on reset password. You can click right here, and I'm pretty sure you can manage. Yeah, okay, they don't have it here, but these are 2 places you can reset password. If you click on the users, you can reset the password from here as well. Now, if I were to click on it, again, remember you saw this earlier. auto-generate password, or let me create a password. You can do it on your own. If you do auto-generate password and you hit reset, it will actually create a password for you, which you can copy and paste and send it to them. And again, in the real world, you're going to have this thing checked where it says require this user to change their passwords when they first sign in.
The same thing as Active Directory, right? Like,
Yeah.
But here's what's the advanced feature over here. Auto-generate password. That's not a part of Active Directory. So you can see that some of the things are web-based, and that's what makes it advanced, more modern application, I would say. It's more modern type of thing. Another thing is that you notice that Hadi's not right-clicking. He's clicking on top of it. So in Active Directory, you are using an application, a desktop application, which gives you the ability of right-click. In a web browser, it's not like that. When you right-click on these things, it's going to give you the browser right-click.
Like right here, I can just, it's like I'm on a browser. So that's what I was telling you.
So make sure
software as a service. Again, you can do multiple other things, like in Active Directory, you can disable a user. This is the same feature here. You can block this user. I can block you. Let's say you were doing some shady stuff and you're getting audited. So they tell you to take a break. And while you're on a break, the company blocked your access from accessing anything further, and they want to see what you've been doing. Could apply to any users. So if you click on this account, this link, it will tell you blocking someone prevents anyone from signing in, so on and so forth. You can block this user from signing in. But this one,
so here's a scenario. Hey, so I'm the HR person. I called the help desk. You picked up the call, Leila. And Leila, Bernal is doing some shady stuff. We're not going to tell Bernal right now, but we're going to fire him. Sorry, Bernal, we're firing you right now.
No.
Okay. So basically, what Leila is going to do, Leila is going to go to the Office 365 and basically click on Bernal, and she's going to click on that little block icon. How can you show that? He's going to click on, go ahead and block him, basically. So she's going to do that, and boom, she's going to say save, and now Bernal is being blocked. So his phone, if it's connected to the Outlook, if he's using Office 365 from home, after 60 minutes, they say 60 minutes, but it's like after 3-4 minutes, his machine is going to basically stop letting him access to the emails.
You can see right here, it says they'll automatically be signed out of all Microsoft services within 60 minutes. Okay. Now, it's already been saved with the green check mark. I don't have to save it because it's already saved, and this thing has been checked. If I want to go back, you can see right here, sign in and blocked. Sign in and blocked. Should be sign is blocked. Sign in is blocked. But anyways, so Bernal is no longer going to be able to sign in to this domain. Click on Eddie. It says sign in is allowed. Okay, because we didn't block him. So if you want to unblock him, unblock Bernal, you can go back to the same place, and now it says unblock this user. Same process. Is now unblocked. It may take up to 15 minutes for them to be able to sign in again. Okay, same process, going back and forth. Let's say we're done with Bernal. We don't want to, he left the company. You can come right here and click on delete this user. But we have to be careful when we delete a user. Okay, why is that? Let's say Bernal was dealing with a lot of important emails, a lot of important information in his Outlook account in Office 365. He contains a lot of valuable information that we want to keep for the company. Now, it doesn't make sense for us to leave his account active because he's occupying a license that could be used for another user, right? We want to free that license for other people to use. So how can we still keep his emails and delete the account to free up the license? It's simple. When you delete a user's account, you can come down here. If I go to mail, convert to shared mailboxes. Now we're going to get into the later, but I just want you to remember this. There's an option where before you delete a user, and if the user contains a lot of important information, your company will tell you to convert the user's account, their Outlook account, into shared mailbox where everybody in the particular shared mailbox group or resource can access those emails. We'll get into that for now, but I'm just telling you before you delete, what will happen is if I were to delete his account, I'm going to go ahead and delete this user. It just tells you what's happening. when you delete an account, it will be in the deleted users for 30 days. And look what it says right here. License has been unassigned, meaning the license has been freed. But if you go to deleted users, you're going to see him sitting there. Bernal is right here. We're going to have to restore him because it was a mistake. But it can be done up to 30 days from the day you delete it. Multiple ways to restore this user. Click on it. This window will pop up. You can click here. Or if you don't want to do this, you can just click here. Once you click on his name, you can do from up to here as well. I'm going to do restore user. Was it the same password, Danish?
He has a different password, so you can give it anything. I'll change it. Just give it anything. Now you can see, guys, how easy it is in Office 365 to just delete a user, recover a user.
Yeah.
But after 30 days, you cannot do anything. It's Microsoft. 30 days, if you're there, they're gone. After 30 days, you haven't done anything, then you cannot recover. Now, other thing is this, that you may definitely get a call like that, that we need to recover that user for some reason, because maybe you may delete a user and then all of a sudden they were like, oh, we have some important emails with that user. We need to really recover that person. So you can see things can happen like that. So just know that in your mind that this is how you recover a user. But there are better ways to tackle this situation, which Hadi's going to go over right now.
So
I'm sorry. I was writing and sipping coffee, and when you clicked on the convert to shared mailbox, you're saying you fired the guy, but you don't want to lose his emails. So you clicked on convert to shared mailbox. You can keep his emails.
yeah, we'll get into it in a little bit. Hold on to that question, okay?
Yeah, the shared mailbox is a different thing.
We'll get into that in a second.
Oh, that's different.
Okay, so we restore Bernal, but I noticed something when I went on there. He does not have access to the admin roles anymore. So you may get a ticket. So let's say you get a ticket. Bernal said, hey, I'm supposed to be an admin and I don't have access to the admin console. Can you check my permissions? And this could be a ticket itself, and you'll get a ticket. So you're like, okay, let me go check out Bernal's rights and permissions. So you go to active users, you go to Bernal, and you'll see his roles, and it says clearly right here, no administration access.
Yeah.
So what you do is you just click on it. Like I was mentioning in Office 365, if you want to change anything, you just have to click on it, and it will take modify or whatever. So we're going to click on Manage Rules, and you can see by default he became a user instead of an admin. So we're going to go ahead, click on Admin, give him global admin rights, and hit Save. And he's been added to the admin roles. How do we know this? We can double check right here. His permissions has been updated. Okay. You may get a ticket. Let's say Bernal got married, or he did something and his name changed, or something, his number changed, your office location or whatever changed, and he wants to update that information for his for work. This will be another ticket. He's going to put in a ticket, and the ticket, you're going to see all the information written that what needs to be changed and updated. To do that, again, when you click on the user and you scroll down, you're going to see manage contact information. You click on it right here. You can change or modify whatever. Let's say he got a new phone number. We can say, okay, we're going to give him a phone number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Just imagine how many times you're going to get calls like that in your job, right? So a lot of people think it's technical, but this is what we do. Processes like this. I need to change my phone number. I need to change my name. I need to change my last name. This is a ticket, basically. Just one ticket, you resolve it, you're done, right? Okay.
All right. So, so I gave him a phone number that he wanted me to update it for, and things like that. And you know, you can get the generic idea of what else you can add information. I'm gonna hit save. Contact information updated. There's an back arrow button. Click on it, and you can see his number has been edited here. Things like that, you will get calls all the time. Okay. Going over to the next tab of the user. Devices. Again, I mentioned earlier, there is the IT department in your company called BYOD, bring your own device. They're they're usually responsible for setting up your mobile devices or any device like a iPad or handheld device, and you want to be able to access the environment through that device you have. They will configure it here. You won't be doing it, they will be doing it. But if they were to do it successfully, you will see their devices lined up here, Samsung, iPhone, whatever they're using, and you can configure or modify whatever. So you get the idea. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to delete it or add it if you were given access to do those, okay? Moving forward, licensing and apps. This could be another ticket itself. Let's say Burnell was admin and he was working on something, and he all of a sudden got up on a new project, and the project requires him to use Microsoft Word or Office or something, and he needs access to that. This will be a ticket for you, and the ticket will tell you that Burnell needs access to this software, and can you give him access to it? Like, you will go to license and apps. For some reason, he wasn't assigned license, but if you click on it and click on this app right here, you gotta be careful sometimes. One time we had a lab and our browser was zoomed in properly, and this part was covered and we couldn't click on anything. So you might want to check your browser settings sometimes to see if you have a proper zoom setup. If it's zoomed in too further in, you won't be able to see this drop down menus. So you might want to look into that as well if you don't see it. Click on apps. So let's say this thing wasn't checked before and Burnell needed access to Microsoft Bookings. We'll come here and we'll give him access to it. But for some reason, he doesn't need access to, let's say, Sway. I don't know what that is, and he doesn't need access to it. I can just take away that, hit Save Changes, and when he logs in, it will pop up here somewhere for him that we give him access to, okay? That's how this will be a ticket on its own. So we hit Save Changes, you go up, you'll see that the check mark and say it has been saved. And you will ask the user to confirm whether they got access to it or not by replying to the ticket or by calling them and letting them know, hey, your access rights have been updated. Can you please check? And they will confirm or whatever. Then you close the ticket and you move forward. Going forward to Mail tab. Right now, it's not configured for some reason. Okay, I don't know why, but Mail tab. Okay, we're going to a different user because for some reason it wasn't populating for Burnell. Under Mail tab, you'll see all the settings, the setup for your Outlook account. Outlook account is right here. We'll get into it in a little bit. This is where you configure basic information regarding that account. Convert to shared mailboxes. We'll get into that in a little bit. I'll remember it. That's another options where you can convert the user's mailbox into a shared mailbox, because shared mailboxes are unlimited, where else user is not, because again, remember, user are using the license. Shared mailboxes are unlimited. You can have them as many as you want, I believe so. But we'll get into it in a little bit. OneDrive, this is your cloud storage I mentioned earlier. Usually Microsoft gives you 1 terabyte with your account, and you can save your information on your storage devices. Again, there will be a lot of policies and regulations based on that. They'll tell you what not to save on your storage device or what you can save and things like that. So you will follow those things like that. Going back to the main dashboard. Up here, again, a lot of times you can see the same options here. Like, for example, manage license. It will take me to this tab directly. Manage roles. It will take me to this tab. Things like that. Why is this? Oops.
I didn't give them admin rights, some of them.
Okay.
Because I wanted kind of like show that how they became an admin.
Okay. So yeah, so I showed you earlier that all these tabs, right? So for a lot of times, if you don't want to go in a longer way like I'm doing right now, there's shortcuts here which you can do and access to it just by clicking here and checking it yourself. So Any questions so far?
Eddie, your mic is mute. Mic is mute. Your mic is mute, Eddie.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, this seems a little easier to administer than, so this is easier, no? A little easier than
Everybody
using
that we
Active
talked to so far, whoever have took live training, they're like, oh, I like this stuff. You know, can I just do this stuff and become like, get a job or something? So we tell them that in terms of our training, then this may be just enough for you to do the help desk level job. But in terms of getting a job in Office 365 itself, this training is like not even 10%, because you got to know the pretty much back end and knowing the really admin level stuff. So how this whole thing is created. You can't just land a job by just knowing this stuff. This is for you to do your job as a IT support level 1 position, which we are training you as on-premises stuff in this, right? So yeah, it's definitely a fun stuff to do. And like I said, Hadi was saying something that if your company is very focused towards Office 365, and right now currently if people are working from remote, you can see how many calls will be coming from Office 365. I cannot access that document, or I cannot open this application. Oh, I cannot get to my Teams. So you're gonna be the person who's gonna be coming here heavily in this active users area, clicking on a user, finding out what kind of license that person have, what kind of application license that person have, what kind of rights this person have, and all these other questions that we're talking about, like getting married, changing a last name, adding it to a group, and all that kind of stuff, right? So you can see your job is going to be heavily used in Office 365 if in this situation right now, but not always, right? It depends on the company. Okay.
Yeah. Are we expected to know? I once worked as a secretary a long time ago, like I was temping, and I didn't know what's the spreadsheet, Excel? I didn't know I knew how to do basic things, but not what they wanted me to do. And I called up the help desk guy, and he remoted in, and he showed me how to open a tab. And I was like, well, what do I do next?
Okay.
He's like,
so that's a really good question. That's a good question. So
that's on me.
As an IT person, you should know the basics of all the applications that a company is using. But nobody expects you to be working inside the Excel. This means that nobody expects that a help desk will be solving your business issue. Okay. So for example, Bernal is creating an Excel document. And Bernal called a help desk, can you help me with creating a 3 table? Now, ethically, and just by knowing this whole, by working in my career, I'm not supposed to help Bernal with 3 tables, because that's not my job. This is not what I was trained for, right?
Right.
But if you feel like I want to be that person who can help people with Excel issues too, which I will never recommend you doing that, because once you do it, you open a door to something new for yourself, right? Another person will say, Leila is so good at Excel, let's just call Leila for doing this. Now you put yourself in a very gray area. If there's a higher level people, you won't be able to say no to them, and that will become a little problem for you. So usually what happens is that managers and companies already know this, that help desk is not the people that I'm going to be calling for Excel issues or Word issues or PowerPoint issues. Yes, if the application itself is having an issue, errors coming in, it's slow, then of course you need to restart the machine and basic level of troubleshooting, which Ali's going to show you in Outlook after this lecture. Ali's going to take over, and he's going to show you the application level troubleshooting, which most of you are currently using. So that's the different thing. So don't get into more like you're going to be working, you're going to see, let's say you're going to see a Word document here. Now you're going to say, oh, I don't know too much about Word document. Let me go and become a master of Word documentation, right? This is not normally done IT, but again, if you have time and you want to make yourself happy and make yourself more comfortable, you have so much resources that we're giving you actually. Even in practice lab, you have all the Excel labs, you have Word labs, so you have a lot of access later on. You can get into that. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
I'll give you another quick advice, is that if your personality matters a lot in this environment, users will call you, and the way you handle problems, the way you will deal with them. Let's say you end up dealing with somebody who's a VIP and they really like you, you'll secure your job down the road because they're like, yo, I want to keep this person. And let's say if you want to say I'm not happy or things like that, and they find out, they're like, oh, no, I want to keep this person. This person is really happy. They might reach out to you, say, hey, you know, we can give you a new position or things like that. So just remember your personality matters a lot in this environment. And if you were to be good at something, my old job, not this one, but the one before, I was good at finding solutions for a lot of things. And I was there for 6 years. So every time I try to move, they give me a little raise or they give me a better position. Like, no, we need you. You install this whole system for us. Nobody can deal with that. But I'll be traveling around the world. I will get calls from the government people like, hey, I'm sorry to bother you. Like, we need to get this fixed. How do I do it? And it was kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, even though I put myself in there and I was really good at it, but they were bothering me to a point where I'm like, yo, why did I do this to myself? But just remember, your personality matters a lot, and you'll see how it will affect your work environment. Like Donna says, like you could be, you know, sitting there and somebody calls in, Eddie, but they really like Layla because she was very friendly and things like that. They're like, hey, well, where's Layla? Can we talk to her instead? Like, but obviously you got the call, you have to take it. You can say, hey, let me deal with that. But if let's say Layla is a tier 3 and higher than you, and this solution is not being taken care of, and Layla has happened to be an expert at something, you can forward it to take it to her. But then again, you know, it's just a whole process for it. Well, you know, it's a pretty big environment where you have to deal with your personality. I'm pretty sure you guys know that, you know, people love friendly people, but you're going to be dealing with a lot of angry people too. So you have to understand how to handle those people.
Yeah.
Right?
So just make sure you guys always remind me. Start recording. So look at the Office 365 calls. If you get a call like this, what's happening here? Trouble saving a document on Office 365. Very simple call, right? You may get a call that I cannot save a document on that web version of Office 365, which later on will show you a little bit in that area. But look at this right here, Office 365 app installation. You see this? So how do you do this now? All that stuff is related to Office 365. Then you're coming back to another one, help with login to Office 365 portal on what? MacBook. So there gotta be some issues going on with this person to not get to these machines. So what I'm basically trying to show is what kind of calls you can get. This is a real call right there. Somebody has to fix this, right? And if you look at it, this is a setup Office 365 account. This is exactly what Hadi taught you, right? So yes. if you get an email like this, we need to set up an Office 365 account. Exactly what Hadi did, that's what you're going to be doing. You're going to be adding a username, you're giving and assigning licenses. So it's a process, right? Here's another one. Can't access Office 365 from Chrome. There you go. All of these normal type of Office 365 questions, this is going to be a daily thing for you guys. Not daily, I'm sure it's not going to be like every day, but after 4 days or 5 days, expect some email like this. And all these are different people, right? So many different calls right there. Syncing issues, unlicensed, there you go. So she's talking about this license. She logged into one of the machine in one of the meeting room, and boom, it's not working. It's showing that you don't have a license. So then how would you fix this? Anybody?
You go to the admin, back to the portal. We have admin rights, so we click on at the admin button on the right.
Okay.
Where we clicked earlier. And then we will go to, I think we click on user. So
you click on a user. So I'm going to go into their user, then
active user, then look her name up.
Let's say you, Eddie, then
we go right there where it says, because she had a license thing, yeah.
And then all you gotta do is to go down to the apps right here on the bottom, and then you will give that person an access to whichever they feel like it's not licensed, right?
Yeah.
But if they don't have a total access right here, they may just be missing the whole license, meaning the whole, package.
Oh.
I just wanted to show you a little real world ticket, so this gives you a little more reality out behind why you guys are doing this whole training. So does this make sense to you guys now?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna let Hadi take over. Okay.
All right. Now moving on with this training, you guys can still log in. Here and there, I'll ask you to do something, but watch my screen for now. So we covered active users, which is a very important part. We talked about deleted users and how long they'll be in the deleted users tab for 30 days. Afterwards, they're gone forever. But in the middle, if you have where to save it, you can go back and restore it. We talked about that. Quickly going to the next feature, which is contacts. Now, contacts is a different thing. Contacts is not just only for your internal organization. Contacts can also be used for external people as well. For example, Danish, as he's very old, he retired. He can no longer work because he's.
This is my last training, by the way. I'm retiring after this.
So he retired, but you guys really liked him because he was, good employee and he had a good relationship, or he somehow, let's say, owns something for the company, and even though he retired, but he still owns some assets or something, and you guys want to keep in touch with him. It could apply for anybody. So here in context is where you will come and you will make a contact for that person. It's super easy. Again, this could be applied for a partner, for a vendor or something. A vendor would be like somebody you're using a product like Zoom for your company, and Zoom has assigned you a point of contact. So if any trouble goes down, you will contact that person. You will come here and you will make that user for them. So what we do is you just come to contacts, click on add a contact, fill out the information. Again, one with the asterisk is the important part. Again, email could be anything could be for any company. It doesn't have to be job skill share or DMV, whatever part of the domain. It could be anything. You can put the company's name, their number. You can go further down, edit more information of their title for the company they work for, mail tips, documentation is really important. You can document what you need to say for mail tip text. Say, hey, if you're emailing this person, type this like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever you want to do it. So put tips or whatever documentation you want to put in there for references. You can do that. Then you just hit add. And once you do that, the person will appear here. Again, if the person doesn't appear, you hit refresh or refresh here, and it should pop up. And that's pretty much about it. If you have thousands of hundreds of contacts and you don't want to go through each one of them, you can come right here to the search feature, type in the person's name, hit enter, and they should get populated here. Okay. Moving forward, groups. Now, under groups, you have another thing called groups, and you have shared mailboxes. Now, basically, groups and shared mailboxes have a similar feature, but the difference between groups and shared mailboxes is groups is mainly used for internal communication among different departments. Meaning, HR wants to communicate with IT department, or HR wants to communicate with the accounts department or something. You will create groups, and the groups could be, let's say, one group for IT people, one group for HR, one group for accounts, and all of us will fall into IT group. Let's say Leila moved out of IT group and now she's a HR. She will belong to HR group and things like that. So you will take the department and you make groups for them so they can communicate with each other. Now, how does this work? As you can see on my screen, they're already created for us. I guess Danish or somebody else created it for us. So basically, if you click on support group, you can see generic information. What's the name of the group? What's the email of this group? Now I'll tell you why there's an email for this group. Because any member, oh, I created that, okay. Any member who is part of this group can communicate using this email address to other groups. And whoever's part of this group, members wise, if an email comes to this account, they will be able to read that email. Now, what am I talking about? I'll show you in a second. First thing I want to show you, if you want to create a group of your own, you can add a group. You can follow the basic directions. If your company will tell you which one to select. For now, we're just going to leave that as recommended one. Hit next. Group name, we're gonna say HR. Descriptions. Now, one thing I like to tell my students, always make sure you have a description or tag for whatever things you're creating or for documentation purposes, because down the road, if there were two groups named HR and one created by Layla and one created by me, one created by, someone else, and they all name HR, how do we know what is what? So having a description will tell you or someone else who's looking into this, like, okay, this HR group created by Hadi is meant to only send resumes, or if this group was created by Layla, this is only to send requests for harassments or anything, and so on and so forth. So always have a description. So for this one, I'm just gonna say generic HR emails. Next, settings. What? Okay.
Only, I thought you wanted only the members can see the group content, no? Private?
Yeah, you'll see. Okay. We click on this. Now we have to create an email for this group. We're gonna say HR. You can only add letters. Okay. HR-support is our email address. Remember the domain, it's right here. Now privacy, public or private. Now, if you make public, that means anybody in the organization, whether they're part of this group or not, can see this email address. If I were to do private, that means anybody, only the people who are part of this group can see this email address.
Okay.
Now, where would they see this email address? When you're in Outlook, we're writing emails, you go to your global address list. If you type in this name, it will show up. If it was private, it wouldn't show up. Okay. So for now, we're just gonna leave it public. Right here, add Microsoft Teams to your group. Microsoft Team is the one I told you earlier that is replacing Skype for Microsoft for business, whatever. They're replacing it because it's more convenient. It has a lot of more features you can do. And yeah, so, but we're not covering this. We're not going to detail because it's not part of this. It's beyond our level of scope, and it's probably done by another architecture or senior engineer who's configuring these teams for the government, or sorry.
Or most likely they will hire somebody who's doing a SharePoint administration. Usually in the companies, they have a specific member. I'm sure a lot of you, if you worked in a corporate world, Microsoft Office administration is done by help desk, but the usually the sites and who does the meetings, these are all different type of people in the company, and then they are the kind of will be the admins of this type of project. So that's why we don't go into this for detail.
Okay. Going forward, next, owners. Who are the owners? So I'm the creator. I'm making this group. The owners is I can assign either one of you to manage this group on my behalf, or something like, let's say, even though I'm the creator, and usually I'm the one managing this group, but I want to take a vacation and I want to make sure there's somebody who's my backup. I can make them owner, right? So for this one, if I click on this, it will populate all the people that could be part of this owner, or if they're more, if a lot, I can simply type their email address or their name or something that would come up. And if you can see right here, say there should be at least 2 owners recommended. Or again, let's say if I'm gone and one person is gone, the third person can be the backup of all of us. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make Eddie 1, and
who else?
we're gonna say Burnout. Okay, so you 2 are owners, and I'm the creator, and I'm gonna tell Eddie that, hey Eddie, you be my backup, and if you're out and I'm out, Burnell's gonna be the third one, or if both of you are out or whatever, we can decide later in the company's your department, whatever they have rules set up. Hit next, you'll see the owners. settings, basics information, group type, whatever, and you can hit create group. Once you create group, you should see a red, green check, close. It's not showing up. What do I do, Eddie, to make it show up?
Refresh.
Nice. And still not showing up, so we'll give it like a couple more seconds. Probably take a little bit longer, 10 seconds. But once that group is created, what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on that group, go to members, and we have to add members because members are different than owners, okay? Remember that. So right now, there's 0 members associated with this group. We're gonna go ahead and add. We click on that. Let me show you again. We'll click on view all and manage members. And we're gonna see this screen. To add members, it's very obvious. You click add. This feature, for some reason, I don't know, it doesn't work. Like you can try and it doesn't do for some reason. I don't know why it's there. So we usually go and add members. And we're gonna go ahead and add all of us.
It's very confusing the way they made that on the bottom because everybody thinks that it's adding a member, so it's always on the top. And when you add a member and then it becomes a part of that. So just make sure when you guys are doing it, just don't get stuck in here. Look on the top. The buttons are always on the top, okay?
So the feature of this is basically once the members are added and you want to search for them, then you can use this. I bet you if I put my name in, it will bring me out. There you go. So this is the feature for this one. Basically, it's for searching members who are part of this group as well. And to add them, you just basically go here and you add them up, okay? So all of us are part of this, this group. Now, remember we created the HR support earlier. It didn't show up. When I hit refresh and it show up, there you go. It's right here. If you click on it, you can see the creation date, the email address, which is hr-support@dmv-client1, and so on and so forth. Members, there are no members associated with it. We can go ahead and do again. Oh, the group owners. Oops. So I accidentally made all of you group owners, which I didn't want to do it because I'm gonna be the owner alone. But for members, go ahead, we come here and we can add all of us to, so just remember the difference between adding a members versus adding owners, okay? So I added all of us to this group membership and the 7 members, 1 owner. And yeah, if you want to get rid of those members, you simply go back to the same place, view all and manage members, and simply you can hover over them and you can delete, you can kick them out. So I'm going to kick this person out and guest user out, and I'm going to hit save, and they should be gone. Before there were 7, I kicked 2 out. Now I have 5 members left. Okay. You can go to settings. And you can change the settings of privacy from here as well. This is the same setting that we saw when you were creating the group, whether you want to make it public or private. Now, these 2 settings, we didn't see them earlier, but we're seeing them now. Now, these 2 settings applies for your email, this email address right here. So what is that? If I click on this, this is very important. Allow external senders to email this group. Now, you could have a vendor or some other individual who gives you support for certain product or service, and they want to be able to reach out to this group. And if you don't have this checkbox enabled, they will not be able to send email to this group. Now, this is a very important thing. Well, what if you have remote users who are using some other email address than yours? It could also be applied to them. They wanna access to. They want to be able to email to this group. So you want to be able to enable this for most of them. Now, if this user is specifically for internal use only, not for external, you will never allow this. Okay. So you just have to remember that if you click this checkbox and it literally says allow external senders to email this group, it will allow them to do it. It doesn't matter if they're private or public, they will still do it because they're outside of the organization, as long as they know the email address, okay? Send copies of group conversation and events to group members. If I check this, and let's say the emails are going to this HR support email, all the members who are all the people who are part of the membership group will get a copy of that email that's coming to this account, and they will get that copy into their own personal account, just for the record purposes, or they want to start their own conversation and things like that. All right.
And,
So if I were to,
these type of calls are going to be so common, guys. Like if you add a new user, right? So in a companies, how many different type of groups are working together? Like let's say it's an accounting department or some marketing department, and somebody new joins that company. The next day you're going to get an email like, can we add this person to that group? Because they're all working together, right? They're sending emails to one department, and let's say there's a director, they want to share something important in their own department. So these type of calls are going to be very common for you guys as well. By coming here and going to the settings of the groups and kind of like playing around, okay, this is where you add a person. So just know that this is going to be a normal ticket for you, okay?
all right. Microsoft Teams, same thing. We talked about it. We don't have to go into details. It's going to be done by your manager or senior engineer or architecture. So that's pretty much about it. Yes.
How do you, let's say you wanted 3 different groups to receive, maybe you said that, if you want 3 different groups to get all the emails, how do you do that?
So you want one vendor to send same email to all 3 groups?
No, I want all 3 groups to get each other's stuff. You know, that box that you checked?
Yeah. So that's a little bit tricky in terms of what you're talking about, because if I wanted to, it's simple and it's tricky. Now, if there's different people in each group and they want to be able to get the same email, obviously whoever's sending an email in the email account under 2, they're going to put those email addresses for one group, HR support. For this group, they're going to put this email, and that same email will go to all 2-3 groups.
Okay.
But you know, in the companies, they have all staff group, right? I'm sure you guys seen that. Everybody is emergency, right? Coronavirus. We have to send this to the whole staff. Yeah. So the whole staff is going to be what? All staff at whatever, abcd.com, jobskillshare.com, and every person has to be a part of that group, right? This is how it works in the companies, right?
Okay.
If it's an emergency email, but then maybe somebody didn't get it, and they call you the help desk, or the CEO called you, hey, this person didn't get the email. Can you check if that person is a part of that group? Then that's the process that you have to come back over here and check who are the members, right? Hadi, can you go over the members? Click on the members. So you're going to come over here and you're going to see, we're missing Bernal in this group. That's why he didn't get the email. So there you go. You solve the issue.
Or if there's hundreds of users and you can look through this, you would just come here and type in that person's name, see if it shows up.
Okay.
If it shows up, then they're part of it. If it's not, then you have to add them. All right. Mm-hmm. So moving forward, groups. Okay. You can delete the group here as well. You can rename them. If you click right here, it will take you to this. You can rename the group. Obviously, you cannot change the email address because it has been registered, but you can change the group names and whatever. And if you do want to change the email address, you will have to start over and create a new name for that account. You can change the names. You can change its privacy settings. That's the same check marks we saw earlier, that people outside the organization email this group, and then so on and so forth. You want to delete this group, you can do that as well. Once you delete the group, you will, let's say if I were to delete the support group, you better delete this group. If you continue, all the groups, conversation files, notebooks, and events will be permanently deleted and you won't be able to get them back. Before you continue, copy any content. So again, it's very important to remember that you just don't want to go ahead and delete you always have to be double making sure that, you know, it's that what you want to do. Now, if I were to delete it, the group aliases might be available for 24 hours. You get more warnings. You hit close. The group should be gone. It'll take a couple of seconds because it's going to take time. Now, deleted groups will show up here. Right here, it showed up. 30 days before the group and associated data is permanently deleted. You can always restore it. Same thing, click on it. At the bottom, you'll see restore group, or you can just click right here where it says restore group, and it should restore everything. You can view and edit settings. Group has been restored. If you go back, yep, it's back in here. It's the same settings and everything. Okay, all right, moving forward. Now, we talked about this earlier a little bit, shared mailboxes. Now, remember I said a license is always being used by a user, but a shared mailboxes does not need a license, and you can make pretty much unlimited, I believe so, right, Danish? Or the limit like 100 or something?
Yeah, it's kind of unlimited, but I need to confirm. But yeah, you don't get a license charge on this one, so you can make.
You get no charge for license for this one. Now, what is the difference with groups and shared mailboxes? Basically, they both have the same feature, but shared mailboxes are preferred in a way because they are, you can use them for not just internal communication, but you can use them for external communication with a lot of different vendors and people and organizations and things like that. How do we create a mailbox? We see we already have one created right here by admin. If you click on it, you can quickly glance over all the settings and names of the part of the group. But I'm going to show you how to create this group or create a group in general. We click on add a mailbox. I'm going to name HR support. It automatically took that name and made it email for me. I can edit it if I want to. Domain, so you're gonna, it's the same domain. Click on add. Now it's saying the support is, or this account is already being used. You remember where it's being used? Right here. We use that email in our groups instead of share boxes. So it's picking up that, hey, this email is already being used in the organization. You might want to pick a different one. So we can say HR support 2. And there you go. It's done. For now, I'm just going to close this for now to show you. Okay, group has been created. Now, once you create the group, you'll get different options to modify the group. Your ticket or whoever's telling you to create the group will give you some sort of checklist to make sure those lists have been met. So you click on, you created the group, you click on it, you see basic information that's being displayed on your screen. Now, going in order, we got the name. You can edit the name. You cannot edit the email. Remember, even the groups you couldn't edit it once it's been created because this has been registered in the domain. So you can change the name. You didn't create any email aliases. Basically, alias could be a nickname for associated with that account. Instead of typing the whole thing, you could just say HS2, H for HR, S for support, and then 2 for the number and whatever, and it will still forward those email to this account. This is what the aliases are for. Okay, email forwarding. Right now it's none. What is email forwarding? Basically, if you turn it on, if you turn this feature on, the mailbox owner will be able to view and change these forward settings. Okay, so what is email forwarding? Basically, if you are part of this group or this shared mailbox and you for some reason don't want to go and access this account directly, but you would rather have those emails that are being sent to this email come to your mailbox directly, what you would do You may get a call for a user saying, hey, I'm part of this group, but I don't want to go in there because we get too many emails. But I would rather have those mails that are going to this account be delivered to my personal account. That would be great. So you will go ahead and enable this, and you can add the user's email address. So if I were to do Hadi, I can put in my email address, or I can put my personal account or whatever and forward that, and keep a copy of forward email in this mailbox. So as whenever that copy is forwarded to that email, it will be saved on that account as well.
Now here's a little warning. If you do this, and let's say somebody has a evil mind, and I say, okay, you know what, this is an HR email. I'm gonna put my own personal email. I want to see what kind of resume they get. That's right. That's like a pretty sensitive stuff right there. So as soon as you make this a forwarding rule, security administrator will get an email that this person have created a rule on top of this share mailbox. So you see, it's like, so like everybody can see what all these changes are made, right? So that's another thing. I just want to give you a little warning right there, just so you know that these things are getting tracked when you do these kind of things. Okay.
And make sure there's a ticket always to keep your back covered. You know, somebody user calls you, say, hey, I don't need a ticket. Can you create it? Be like, no, let me create a ticket. Let me track it, what I'm doing. So in case they can be held reliable for it. All right. So always want to create a ticket for whatever you do. Even if you answer a call, say, hey, my computer is not turning it on. And you're like, oh, just hit the power button, create a ticket because you did it. They took your time and you use your time to answer their call. Okay.
Is that a form of micromanagement?
Not really. So micromanagement would be something like if I'm your manager and I'm constantly coming over you and saying, Leila, what did you do today? Why are you sitting there not doing anything? Or randomly pick on you and say, hey, how many tickets did you close today? Oh, this is not enough. You're not doing your job. That would be micromanagement. This would be just for your annual review.
Yeah, go ahead.
This would be something just to cover your track, right? Because a lot of times you can get in trouble. Like Danish was saying, this could be somebody wants to do evil purpose and forward those emails to their account just to see what resumes are being sent, how much money somebody's making, things like that, right? If you're doing something, you always want to create a ticket, because at the end of the day, a lot of help desk, what to do, they look at it like, hey, this person has been working all day. Look how many tickets they close, or things like that. It's just for your own.
When it comes to ticketing, this is where your team have already created a flow. Your team will tell you that what kind of tickets we really want you to log, and just a normal best practice is to create a ticket. But this is something that a team will go through with you. You don't need to worry too much in the beginning of like, okay, what do I need to create a ticket for? How do I create a ticket for? Or like the whole process. This is something that a company has its own policy and a flow in their own ticketing system.
And
so
trust me, at the end of the year, when you're doing your annual review, this will add up towards you. They're like, oh, Leila, you closed 5,000 tickets. Good job. Like, here's a little bonus or things like that, So it's just going to benefit you at the end of the day. Okay. All right. It's nothing to do with micromanagement. If your manager's doing micromanagement, might want to look for another job, because that's very stressful. Automatic replies right here. So this is very important. What this is, since you're HR support too, let's say this HR support is for harassment and whatever, unhappy or disgruntled employees. They have complaints and things like that. So when you enable that feature, when you enable this edit, turn it on, automatic replies on, you can create a generic email that whenever somebody emails to this account, they will get this email right away. It could be like, hello.
Like, have you seen emails when you apply to a job and say, thank you for applying to our job, blah, blah, blah. It comes immediately. Or you may send an email to like a complaint department and they say no reply at whatever.com. That doesn't mean that they don't get an email. They got an email. They just don't want you to send them email again. Like, we got it. Like, we got this, right? Somebody's going to reply to you.
anyways. So this will be a generic email that would get sent to them. And you can, if you come down to send automatic replies to senders outside this organization, now you can either disable this and you don't want outside organization to get the same one or reply at all, or you can just enable it. And right here it says send replies only to senders in this mailbox contact list, or everyone. Okay, this would be somebody who's part of this mailbox list or members. They will only get this, or could be for anybody. And you can either create a brand new a generic message, or you can just copy and paste the same one, and you can hit save. And anybody, whether they're part of this group or not, when they email this, they will get this generic email right away. And somebody who's part of this member will see that you have received the email, and depending on whoever sees it, they can respond to that email. Going down, send items not copied to mailbox. You can enable this. So basically what it is, it will let the members see what other members have sent or on behalf of this mailbox. You know, they will use this setting to copy offset items to mailboxes. Basically, if all of us are part of it, and if I'm sending emails and none of you are sending anything, you will still be able to see what I'm sending to other users using this account. If Leila is sending it, or Eddie, or Bernal, or Danish, all of us will be able to see each other's response to those emails. Okay.
So we won't see it, but it'll be in the sent folder.
Say that again.
So we're gonna receive copies of everything that was sent. It'll be in the sent folder. You know how mailboxes have a sent?
Correct. Or it will be in your inbox itself saying this was sent, or it will just create a chain of email so you can see what's happening. Okay.
Yeah.
Email apps, not part of this thing. Is basically, if you look at it, these are all protocols. They're enabled. POP, IMAP, and all those. You're not going to be responsible for this. It'll be done by your security, your system engineer, or somebody who is architecture, or whoever is designing this. It will be for this. Litigation hold, not part of your role either. This is probably done by your HR or someone who's in charge of it. Members. So there's no members right now, but we can edit members or add members by clicking here. Same thing we were doing in groups. You come right here, make all of us members.
And when he does that process, you get an email too that you were added to this email. So then you're like, okay, it's a part of like somebody told me that, right? If you randomly get an email that you were just added to this group, you may want to call the help desk, like, hey, I got this email, or this could be somebody trying to trick you into more of like a spam email that you got added, and you may click on it, and that may be an external link and get yourself hacked. Okay, you got to understand that if somebody do something like this and you're not expecting it, just call the help desk. Don't just try to click on links. This may lead you to more of things like that. I'm sure the company have security policy. They have trained you on this stuff. They have a yearly training. They teach this stuff, right? Don't just click on links in the email if it's like, you know, random email or something like that. Okay.
Coming down to members, customize permission. You can customize pretty much a lot of things here. You can prevent members from sending emails, or you can prevent them from doing a lot of things. So, you know, edit, read, manage permission. You can stop these people from editing or modifying, read and manage messages and things like that. You can go into very small details. Again, this will all be, you know, done for you in a way that will tell you what to do and what not to do in terms of permissions. Going down, so I was talking about global address list. They call it GAL for short, GAL. Do you want this email to be shown there, as in like public, either yes. If you don't want to do it, you can say no. Probably you get if you look at the note, it says hiding a share mailbox from address list will make it impossible for new share mailboxes members to add. So there's a lot of warnings and things involved which you want to be careful of. Again, you won't be deciding that on your own. You will be told by your manager or someone higher up what to do and what not to do. You can also delete the mailbox. Once you delete the mailbox, I believe it will show up. In deleted users. It will show up in the deleted users instead of deleted groups, which is right here. And you can also send it back to where it was if you want to restore it. Same process.
Yeah, this is kind of like a tricky area. You deleted a group or you deleted a share mailbox, and you're like, share mailbox. You're like, it's not in a groups area. So just do remember, it's going back to the user. Then you have to convert it back again to the shared mailbox if you really want to revive it again and bring it back up again. Okay.
Now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So earlier we talked about user getting fired, and we wanted to convert their email address to shared mailbox. Remember that?
Yes.
So if you go back to mail and we convert that person's account to share mailbox, it will tell you belongs to a user that has an administrator role. In order to process conversation, you have to first remove the administrator role. So let's say if I were to pick not administrator and do it somebody who doesn't have, anyways. Oh, active user support too.
I think Ali is not you have to recover Ali first. He wasn't deleted. He was not a part of that. But again, why would you convert a user to a share mailbox? What would be the reason? Does anything rings a bell to you guys?
You don't want to lose all of his business emails, right? You may need some of that stuff to give it to the new guy who's hot, no?
Exactly, because you want to convert it to a share mailbox for one reason, that you don't want to lose that email. Another thing is that, remember, you're paying for this license. So why would you pay for an active license that a person is not even using? So this way you can keep their emails and everything with yourself without getting charged by Microsoft. Because that was one of the things when they started in the beginning, everybody was confused, like, oh, I mean, people come and go anytime in a business. Are we going to be really paying for like people who have left the business? I mean, why would I want to pay for that much money? So Microsoft was like, oh, no, this is not how it works. You just convert it to a share mailbox, and there you go. You got still the user is everything is fine, right? It's just that a user cannot just then use all the features like Outlook, OneDrive, all that stuff will stop working for that user when we convert it to a share mailbox. There's no more users then, okay? No more user password then. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
When we convert a user to a share mailbox, then there's no more. You cannot log in from a web to get to Eddie. Eddie then becomes like a box, and a box has to be given access to another user then. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. So for some reason, Ali's mailbox is getting created, so it's going to take some time. But again, going back to what you were talking about is, when you convert it to the mailbox and it's what Donna just said, it will go and create a shared mailbox for you right in here somewhere.
Bernal, are you here? Just want to check.
Yes. Yeah, I'm still here.
Make sure you're not sleeping or anything.
No. I'm here.
Right,
I'm watching what's going on. That's
right,
okay.
Thanks.
Yes.
All right. So moving down further, billing. None of you will be responsible for this except for just hovering over and see, what's there. Like sometimes you have news here, services, you can read about it, things like that. One thing you might be need to be aware of, if you come down to licenses, you can see the status of our licenses. 6 assigned out of 25, so 19 are available. Now, if one of you were to use all the licenses, you created a user who was the last one, and you come here to see licenses, and it says, oh crap, we ran out of licenses, then can one of you tell me who would you go and tell that, hey, we are out of licenses?
Not the admin.
who would you tell?
Sysadmin? I don't know. I'm guessing.
Yeah, sysadmin or manager or somebody who's higher up.
Manager, the manager.
Right. You would tell them, hey, we're out of licenses. Can we buy more? Now, since it's cloud, you know, a manager or somebody will just have to contact the accounts payment or HR and let them know. They have to give them a green light, say, hey, okay, yeah, go ahead, buy it. They will come here, buy it, and it will be available to you instantly. Okay, that's the benefit of cloud. Everything will be available right away. If not right away, like a couple minutes or so, like something like that. So you might want to be looking out for that as well. Bills and payments, again, you're not part of this, would be, you know, HR or someone, billing account, same thing. Billing notification, depending on who it is, since we're all admins, they'll all be added here. So if something goes above and beyond, somebody charged something or bought something, you might get an email that your account was charged, or somebody bought something and you will get a notification for that. So just be aware of that. Going further down, setup. Again, this would be your system engineer or a policy person who's going to come in and set up rules and whatnot, set up for you. Or just like, since Danish is the owner, he was doing all this initially, and then he set up rules for everybody else. You may change it down the road. Again, you won't be responsible for that. Going down further, custom navigation is just basically you can add things that you want to see on your screen. What you don't want to see, you can take off and edit. It's going to be on your preference. If you go further down, show all. Here, under show all, I can see that there's more options available. Now, one thing you might want to see, or you might notice, is I have this thing called support. Now, support is basically something like you're working on Office 365 and you notice it's acting funky. Like you noticing that it's not doing certain things, and you're like, is it my computer or someone else? But you started getting tickets from everyone that, hey, Office 365 is not working and things like that. So you're like, you know what? Let me check. Let me check the health. Let me see if Microsoft is doing.
This is important. This first step is important. Like, you're not just going to go call Microsoft immediately, right? You're going to first see what are they giving you to first check. So they have given us this nice feature. It's called health. And if you click on health, go ahead and expand it. So how did you take a little break here? So there you go. So you click on health right here, service health, and look what's happening right here. We're already having an issue with Exchange Online. Look, go up in there and go ahead and open that, 2 incidents. So guys, this is actually this is happening right now. This is not a demo stuff that's happening. This is an actual Microsoft is having with their Exchange. Can't sign in with Outlook on the web app, and then of course on the bottom some Korean stuff is going on. So why are they having an Exchange issue? Think about it. The whole world is going almost remotely right now, and so much is happening. Microsoft servers, even though they claim to have such a robust systems, they're still having an issue. So you may be thinking, how do I fix it? You cannot fix it. This is a policy. When they were training their users, when they picked this Microsoft product, and they told their users that if in case Microsoft goes down, all we are going to do is to wait for them to fix it. But they says 99.9.9% they're going to be, everything is going to be working. So I feel like if we were going to do something in the office today in Outlook, we may face some issues. And can we fix it? We won't be able to fix it. But let's see, what is this could be an issue in India. This could be an issue in some other region of the Microsoft. They have so many data centers, right? So this may not be even impacting us. But you can see all the services are healthy, and we're having one issue right there, which is what? Exchange services, right? Exchange is what? Your Outlook. So if you were going to go to Outlook in the web application, you try to open your emails, you probably would have issues right now. Does it make sense? Like, you're not assuming things over here. You're not trying to think out of your, like, something on your own. You have to first go to help and see what's going on, right?
Yes.
So that's how you start troubleshooting.
Yeah. So let's say you see, okay, you're like, oh, okay, it's a global issue. Then you can send out a mass email saying, hey, there's a issue with Microsoft. They're working on it. Now, let's say there was no issue here, but for some reason your organization account was just being something funky was going on or something shady, and you're like, okay, I need to double check with Microsoft. Now, just like people putting tickets in your organization, you can put in tickets for Microsoft. So if you come to support right here, you can see, you can say briefly describe your incident, your issue, and once you enter, somebody from Microsoft will contact you and do a live chat and say, hey, what's the problem, or things like that. So basically, you put in a ticket for them. Might create a ticket, it will show up here. No tickets to display. This will be ticket created that you created with Microsoft that will show up here, and you can look at them and what's the status and things like that. They might call you. You might have a session here. If you click on it right now, it's grayed out because it's not enabled. But it might be, they say, hey, can you get online or something? And, they might say, can you screen share or things like that. So you will work with them with Microsoft or any Microsoft third party, like maybe they're outsourcing someone. So if you have a problem, they will do it for you and things like that. Okay. Going down further.
Sorry, the CEO of Microsoft came in here and he was messing around me. So this is sorry for disturbing. But I might be going for 5 minutes to get him away because it's gonna start crying and everything. So 5 minutes, I'm gonna come back. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got it. So, going further down. Under admin centers, security. This will be done by security folks, professionals, your ISO, someone who's in charge of the policies and things like that. They will come in here and they will do a bunch of stuff, permissions, but you'll get into mail flow and things like that in a little bit. But most of the stuff here is going to be done by your security professionals. Compliances, same thing. Your security folks, you're not touching this. Azure, Danish covered that already. Exchange, we're gonna do that in a second, and so on and so forth. All admin centers, just some basic stuff, information that you need to look into and things like that. Description of what each service is. Nothing more to it. You go show less, and you'll go back to your normal basic options. Now, we're pretty much done here, but I'm going to show you the next big part of this lab. Right. So, in order for me to go back to my dashboard, can you guys tell me how would I do it? Not this dashboard, but the dashboard where I had a bunch of icons. Remember that one? Like,
so just go to Microsoft Office Home.
If I click home, it will take me here. If I click here, it would show me all the icons, but I want to go to this screen.
Oh.
How can I do it? There's multiple ways. One would be I can simply type portal.office.com and it will take me here. Or I can click on these multiple dots here and click on this Office 365. It will take me here. Okay? Or I can just do portal.office.com and it will take me here. Or what I want to do, if I don't want to do this, I just want to go on a particular app, I can just click on these dots and click on that app, do multiple stuff, but I want to go back to this screen actually. Now, the main part, one of the main part of your ticketing problems, your daily routine would be going into your mailbox. Now, while I'm doing this, you might want to do it on your account as well. Hopefully you're logged in. Go ahead and you click on Outlook. Once you click on Outlook, you're going to be seeing a screen where it's going to say pick your language, which is select the default English, then your time zone. We're going to go ahead, since we're located on the East Coast, we're going to put the -5, where is that? New York Central.
Eastern Standard.
Eastern time. So -5, yeah. Eastern Time, US and Canada. And you're gonna hit save. Once you're set up your account, let me know.
Eastern Time, US and Canada.
If you get stuck, let me know.
Click Eastern Time, US and Canada.
Yeah.
And then hit the save button.
Hit the save button, correct. Again, this will be depending on your company, right? Eddie, you live in West Coast. So if you're working for a company in East Coast, they might say, hey, you have to pick our East Coast time. Or, you know, if your company located is in California and I'm in East Coast, I maybe have to follow that time zone. You guys are 3 hours behind, I guess. Yeah. So you have to be careful of where your company is located, all right?
Yeah.
So now, if you look at my screen, this is your mailbox. Your mailbox is here. I have one email waiting for me and things like that. Now, a lot of your tickets are gonna be from users who are gonna be like, hey, I got my account. I can't see my my junk box. Like, I wanna see where it is. So you'd be like, okay, let me help you out. Let me help you guys out. Now, before I go further, the way you have to direct users, you have to be really careful with your words. You can't just say, oh, okay, on the left side, click on that junk email. So like, oh, okay, left side, where is the junk email? You're gonna say, okay, man, take your mouse, go in your left corner under inbox and all those items you see, wait for the person to catch up. They're gonna be like, okay, I see it. He's like, okay, you just go further down and you see mail, junk email. There it is. This is your junk email box. Or they want to say, where's my archive folder? You're going to say, okay, it's archive is under your left column, go back, go down, scroll down and look for archive or things like that. You're going to have users asking like, hey, I'm in my inbox. How do I write email? And, you know, it's pretty simple, you know, ticket. You're going to be like, wow, what a dumb user. But obviously, you know, it's a lot of users are not tech savvy. So you have to tell them like, okay, go to your inbox and then click on new messages. They're like, where's new messages? You want to say, okay, if you look on your top left-hand corner, it's a blue button, says new messages. And they're like, oh, okay. You click on new messages. And then in the to or whatever, you have to tell them email. Some basic stuff like Danish was saying, you don't have to be expert on these particular one or two software. You just have to know basics of it. And this would be a perfect ticket that you should know at least basics of a Microsoft products to be able to assist them with troubleshooting, right? You obviously don't need to know formulas that you're going to use an Excel sheet or something like, you know, advanced level that's part of their job, not your job. You don't have to know that. You just need to know where they can go and do those things like that, basic information, right? They're going to say, okay, how do I attach email or how do I attach a document? You can say, okay, when you're writing an email on your top side, you can see something like a clip symbol with attach name to it. Click on it. You can either browse from this computer or cloud location. The cloud location would be your company's given place or something like that. Disregard things like that. You'll get an email like, remember earlier I made myself part of one group. Look at that. Those groups are showed up here at the bottom. I mean, on the left side at the bottom, I'm part of the HR group and a support group. And you can see, Donna said, when you became a part of the group, you might get an email saying you became a part of the group or something like that. So you can see what's happening. Or if you don't see a group, you can actually create a group from here, new group. You can do all the stuff that we were doing on the an admin console. You can do it over here too, and you can create it and make people members part of it as well. A lot of things you can do. Another thing that you will get tickets for is people asking, where's my calendar? I don't see it. It looks different than my Outlook account. Then you can tell them, okay, you know, go all the way at the bottom left, you're going to see a symbol. And if you hover your mouse over it, you'll just see calendar and they'll click on it. And this will take you to the calendar. And in the calendar, they might ask you, how do I add an event or a meeting? then you would just tell them, okay, select the day that you want to create a meeting for, go on the left-hand corner, click new event, and you can add a title and do scheduling or something, whatever you want to do. You can follow it along and let them know, hey, this is how you do it. Timings, you can either have this event as repetitive or not, location, their office location or a conference room, whatever, and things like that. And then once you're done, you can hit save or whatever you want to say, whichever options they want you to do it or things like that. You can help them do that. You can also share an event or your calendar by coming here. You're going to have questions. How do I share my calendar with someone? You can say, okay, simple. On your right-hand side, under this, next to month, in between print, if you click on share, you can share your calendar with someone by just typing their email, and then you can say share, or people in the organization can view, I'm busy, or things like that. Small stuff that you can help users with all dealing with that. So they'll be part of your tickets, right? They will say, hey, how can I view people? Again, at the bottom, you can come here and this will show you contacts that we created and the users in the organization, your contacts. You can add a contact name. Let's say Eddie is part of this needs to connect with Microsoft technician. You can add him as a contact. So when you can make a contact for him or things like that. You can his Microsoft email account, his phone number, whatever. And then once you're done, when you're writing emails, you can actually pull his information out right away instead of you typing it manually all the time. We talked about groups, members. It's when you're part of a group, you can always see the members. They will be listed here, who's the owner, things like that. So if you go to owners, I was part of this, the owner of these two groups, so I can see who's member and things like that. There's a lot of things you can do here. Again, you don't have to be 100% expert at it, but if you mess around and look on your own, you can actually leave your group
Yeah,
too.
like tiny mining calls. Of course, no one can cover that in the training, but you will have to come back over here. Just kind of get familiar with, okay, where are the groups? Where's the web outlook? Where can you open it? Where's the signature part of it? Just the
Hold
basic
on, I haven't
stuff.
gone to that part yet. So,
Okay.
So that was that. Okay. Now, one of the major things you will get is you will get calls is how do I create a signature in Outlook, right? Signature is something like, like some people have like, says, for example, like Danish Heather, IT administrator, and his number automatically, like it's always there whenever he writes emails. So it's pretty simple. You would tell a user if they call you, how do we create my signature? And I told you guys that you have to be very careful with your words, that that they can follow your directions verbally, unless you're sharing a screen, which is different. But let's say if you're watching their screen and and I'm the support, and I would tell them, okay, sir, please go on the right hand side. They're gonna say, okay. And I'm gonna say, do you see your initial H? I'm gonna say, yeah, I see it. It said on the same row, can you see a symbol that looks like a gear? And then like, yeah, right here. Okay, click on this. And they're gonna say, okay, settings. You click on it, you'll see some more options. This is basically just layouts. Then they're like, okay, where would I go next? You say, okay, scroll down. And then you're gonna tell them, do you see view all Outlook settings? And they're gonna be like, yes, I do. Click on it. It will take you to this another window pop up that you'll see. Now, next thing you're gonna tell them, click on compose and reply. They're gonna be like, compose and reply, where is it? He's like, okay, it's in the middle row, second option. I'm like, okay, I see it. Compose and reply. Now here I can edit email signature. So this is my email. I'm gonna say Hadi W.
But you notice like how easily and step by step Hadi was telling that person, right? You don't want to just say, yeah, click on that gear icon. Now, where is the gear icon, right? You don't want to do that because that's going to definitely piss off people. And so like exactly he was like, you go there, you take a left, So make sure you develop that patience inside you as well, that when you're talking to other person, the other person may not be in a good mood, maybe a little bit stressful, or may just not follow your direction easily. So that's why Hadi is doing this script with you. So when you're watching this video again in the recording, make sure to take remember this note that be patient and be very much kind of like, just know that other person is not as technical as you, right? Or they're not seeing what you're seeing. So you have to really guide them, even tiny things too, right?
Right. So here, under compose and reply, this is where I created my signature. And if you look at underneath my signature, you'll see two options: automatically include my signature on new messages that I compose. Yes, you always want to do that. Automatically include my signature on messages I forward to reply. Yes, you want to do that as well. If you don't want to do it, it's up to you. But I would just do it anyway, just to keep it consistent. Message format, always show BBC, like BCC. Like, you have all these options that you can do. But for now, we wanted to focus on them having to create signature. So this is where you would do it. Again, you can go down and read on all these options that you have that you can mess around with. And once you created your signature, you hit save. And then tell them hey, you can close out of this or hit escape button. If I hit escape button, it disappeared. But they're like, oh, where's the escape button? But just tell them, okay, you can close out of it. And they'll be like, okay, tell them to click cross and it'll come out. Now, I should see my signature when I hit new email messages because I selected that icon. There you go. It's right here. So they're going to be asking for that. Now, you may get a ticket that, hey, I want to modify my signature. I got a new title, a new role, a new number, but I want to do it. You would do the same thing. Now, Layla, can you guide me back to my signature place? I want to edit it. So I'm the user. I'm calling you, and guide me through that step. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Is that something you have to go to signature?
So let's pretend it's a real life scenario. I'm calling you right now.
And that's a good point. Remember, even if you're wrong right now, even if you don't know, just go with it. Like, you are the person. You're not gonna say that's something, right? You
all right, Danish.
right now.
Danish, give Layla a call, and I'm gonna pretend I'm Danish, and I'm gonna guide.
All right. So Bernal, you guys are ready? Bernal and Eddie.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm gonna call Layla right now. Whatever, right? So, okay. Layla, pick up a call. You are the IT person. How would you pick up the phone first? You got a ring.
Hello, this is IT support. How can I assist you today?
You're gonna introduce your name first.
Okay, this is Danish. I work for accounting, and I am working from home from the first time. So basically, I am inside the portal. I know how to get into my email. I'm inside the portal, but I don't know how to change my signature. Can you just guide me, please?
So you have to go to the dotted on the left-hand side. Click on that.
Now remember, come back. Let's go. Attention to details. I am already inside my portal, and let me just change that a little. I'm already inside the portal, and I already opened my email. Let's just make it simple. Right now, I am in the email. Let's go ahead about that.
So you're already in the email.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
How do I change my signature?
Go to the dotted section on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Here.
Then?
Oh my goodness, it's not there.
It's okay. This is part of your test. Okay.
That's fine. Hold on. Just look at the screen. Look at the whole screen. So think about it right now. Let's pause that. We're like training, right? Look at the screen. Where are we right now? We are inside the Outlook, right? Mm-hmm. So now we need to change the signature. So the signature settings, when Hadi was telling you to change the signature settings, where did he tell you to go? Probably on the right side. So just giving you hints right now. On the right side of the screen, look at the top. Where do we go from here then?
This tab, the one that looks like a wheel.
Like a
That's
what?
the one that looks like a wheel. Yep, that one.
This
Okay.
one.
You go to yep, settings.
Okay, so that's gear icon. Just know that. Okay,
Okay.
settings. Okay, then what do I do?
Could you scroll all the way down? View
Go all
all
the way down.
Outlook settings.
I click on. Okay, great, great. Thank you, Leila. Okay, where do I go now?
And then go to signature.
Leila, I'm not seeing a signature on the screen. I don't know where that is. Can you? Now, I'm getting confused right now. Where is the signature text? Like if you look at the layout, what's the bottom one? Where should it be?
Compose and reply.
Compose and reply. There you go. So you are missing a step right here, okay? Compose and reply, and then there is a signature right there. Now you see, by doing this test with you, definitely you're not ready for this call, right? Because that's too much delay, too much of like you're kind of looking around, and that's totally fine because you're doing this for the first time and you're taking this training. But the way you're going to do this training is you have to make sure that when you finish this training, you're so comfortable in giving this information because that is where a lot of people get confused in the IT, right? That's where their little confidence level is low. Why? Because they never test themselves out like that. So when you're doing this training, you have to pick up a call and say, okay, if somebody called me about the signature, this is how I'm going to do. Okay, go to the portal, or portal.office.com, open Outlook on the right side, on the top right side with your profile, click on that gear icon. Once you click on it, then click on compose and reply. Okay, there you see, and then you say, oh, that's where you change the signature. You see that the ticket can be done like in even 60 seconds because the person, oh, I already know. Oh, now I know. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Right?
Yeah, so this Outlook is completely different from the one I use because the one I use, if you want, we all do have signatures, and
Yeah.
you just go to File, Options, and then takes you to
Got
that
it.
section where you. So
That's
this is kind of new, and it's
That's
completely different.
That's fine. That's fine. That's why we're teaching you Office 365 skills because that's what a lot of people are going to be using remotely now. But the one that you're talking about is the next lecture after this. That's an application. That's not a web base. You're using a Microsoft application, which is called what? Microsoft Outlook application, right?
Yeah.
It was installed on the operating system. It's not a web-based system, right?
Right.
Okay.
So this is going to be a lot of calls related to this. That's why we do this training to make sure you're not totally clueless when it comes to, oh, I don't have an application. Well, where do I get my emails now? So you gotta teach people this stuff too, right?
Right.
All right.
Okay.
So
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself.
okay. So yeah. So that was pretty. Pretty good. You did pretty decent. Again, you want to show your confidence and listen. Pay attention to what the user's saying. Danish was saying, I'm already in my Outlook. I need to change my signature. Things like that. Okay. And obviously, a lot of times you're gonna when you greet the phone call, you say, "Hi, my name is Layla. My IT support. Please, can I get your first and last name?" You're gonna give your name, and then you're gonna be like, "Okay, blah blah blah," and then they will say, "Hey, I need help." A lot of times in a companies and organization, they allow you to share their screens. So you can say, hey, do you mind if I remote into your computer? And, they can say permission, yes or no. And, that will also make life easier for you. A lot of times you can, guide them by looking at the screen, or sometimes they will give you access to the machine itself. Then you can do it on their behalf. They can watch you do it. Right. But as you're doing it, you're going to have to talk over it. You're going to say, hey, I'm controlling your machine. I'm going over to settings. I'm doing all this stuff and so on and so forth. Okay. So sometimes if a user is remote and they don't have access or bandwidth to give you the video session or, whatever. So that will be, you need to be able to guide them through your words. Okay. So it's a lot of different scenarios you're going to be facing. Again, under this is where the signatures, under compose and reply, You got layout options. You know, somebody might have, you know, hey, I want to change a layout. You know, you can go through all of it. Attachments, options. One of the attachment options here, if you look at it, under attachments, remember when you were writing emails and I showed you attachment, browse cloud locations, and it took me to my cloud. Now, if you had different cloud locations set up under here, like for example, it says our primary account is our OneDrive, which is by Microsoft. Your company might have been using either Google or Box or one of these Dropbox initially before they acquired Office 365, and they had to set up where your primary was here. Your cloud account would be accessing those storage platforms instead of your primary one by default. Okay, you may have those scenarios too. They might say, "Hey, I want to change my storage. How can I do it?" So you will come here, or if you're somebody in the senior department, senior system engineer, or somebody who's responsible for it will do it on your behalf, because it's tier 3 support, right? You're just the basic one. You're doing tier 1 and tier 2. Again, a lot of times your company will tell you, you know, what you can do or can't do, so you have to be mindful of that. Now, for next one, we're going to talk about your emails, right? So a lot of times your emails would be going to your junk email. Like you will get a call saying, hey, I'm not seeing emails coming in through my inbox. And why does it keep going to junk email? Can we fix this issue, right? So you're going to say, sure, we can. And you go to the user's account and you will see on their Outlook that there is an email that keeps coming to their junk instead of their inbox. So here you can do multiple ways. You can do a temporary solution where you can basically click on it and you can move to inbox, or you can right click here and you can say move to inbox or something. But that's a temporary solution. You know, what's the guarantee that this thing will not come to junk box again, junk email again? So this is where what you will do is you will create rules for it, right? You can create rules for a lot of things. Rules could be for, let's say, if I want to create a subfolder under inbox, and in that I'm going to say HR, and I'm going to create one more. I'm going to say IT. So the reason I'm creating this, I want the emails that come into HR to go into the HR mailbox, and anything from IT to go under IT folder. So what happened is, what I've done is, so this seems like it's a support, and I'm going to say this is the IT related, email, and in the future I want this email to go into our IT folder. So what I will do first, I will go ahead and move this to my IT folder. Remember earlier when I was doing move, only these 3, not these 2, but since I created these folders, it showed up. I'm going to move it here. And what I will do is I can do a couple of things. I can do one, right click on it. Where's the rules?
Create rule.
Right here. Create rule, right. So I could do this way. I can create rule, and I can say always move messages from support, which is the email, to this. Somebody talk?
I see it, yeah.
Okay. We can say always move messages from support to our IT folder and hit OK. That would be it. Or you can say more options, and it will take you to this place. Remember this, Layla, compose and reply?
Yeah.
There's another tab underneath there that we didn't go over, which is rules. Now it took us directly to that place. Now we can also go to that place from here, gear options, all rules, and we can add rules here directly. Now this is a hard way to do it, because you know you have to do everything from scratch. You have to type in and everything. The way I was showing you earlier, I'm going to do disregard for now. you already have an email that you, from someone that you wanted to go to a particular folder. You saw that email, you right click on it, you go to create rules, go to more options. It took you directly to the same place where you were going to do everything manually. It pre-filled out all the basic information that needed to be filled out, but you can still modify it. Now, the first rule, it says move all messages from support to IT. This is our name of description. Add a condition from this email, action, move to IT folder. Okay, so if any emails coming from this account, we can add multiple accounts here, then move that email to IT folder. If then statement, okay? If coming from this email, then move it to this folder. We can add more actions. We can say, and pin to top, or something, whatever, right? It's all depending on your tool. Or you can add exceptions. It says exception could be message body includes like some spam or something, and then move it to, you know, whatever. If you want to look for particular words or things like that, you can add a lot of rules and exceptions to your rules. Okay, stop processing, more rules. Basically, just tells you rules that you handle email and so on and so forth. Run this rule now.
Let me add something to this. Now, this will also give Hadi a little break too. So, you know, when this is one scenario that, okay, you're getting a lot of emails, and these emails are important, but you don't want to just, you know, let's say, for example, you made a rule out of it, right? But you cannot be making rules for, let's say, here's a scenario. A CEO of the company walks to you and they say that we're expecting this very important email, right, in the inbox. And let's say he tells you that, okay, I want this email to come through in my inbox. I'm not talking about any other folder, right? No rules, nothing. Then it has to do something. If the email comes over here and you don't get it, where would you see it first? Like, let's say that email will go where first? So what's your thinking right here? How do you close this box right there? If you got an email from somebody's very important, the CEO is expecting, but you're not seeing that email in the inbox, that's a typical call. People are going to call you. I'm not seeing that email from so-and-so. Where can you guys see that email?
Maybe junk email?
Junk.
Good. So usually in a normal business environment, it goes to junk, right? So it go to the junk, but then how would you make sure that that email is not going to junk again? You're not going to be making rules for that, right? You can make a rule for that, but there's a better way to take care of that kind of stuff. You're going to go back to the settings. Let's go, Hadi, let's go to the settings. So you're going to go back to the settings. And again, the reason we go back and forth to settings, so you know the settings, where are settings. Okay, settings are important in this area. So you're going to go to junk email option. So go ahead and click on junk. And now here you see you can either block the sender or you can block the whole domain. So Hadi can put add, and he can put add jobskillshare.org, not in block, in a safe sender. So if he put that in the jobskillshare.org in the safe sender, anybody who send an email from that domain is going to go straight to where?
Oh, to the correct mailbox.
To the inbox.
Yes.
Right?
Awesome. I had no idea.
So this is where you're going to get some calls. Why? Because think about it. The reason we are training you on Active Directory is, number one, you need to know how to, the core thing is what? A lot of people are getting at it through Active Directory. So that's why Active Directory was so important in the beginning, right? But now Active Directory is gone now. How many other emails or calls you're going to get through Outlook kind of stuff? So many, right? Because so many people are using Outlook. I'm sure, Leila, you call your help desk team so many times about Outlook, right?
Yeah.
Outlook being slow, Outlook maybe not connecting correctly.
Not receiving messages.
Not receiving messages, or maybe you're expecting an email for an accounting. Somebody had to send you some kind of invoice. It didn't came through, and now a help desk has to figure out why didn't it came through, right? So the first thing the help desk will tell you to do what? Like, so Eddie, here's a call for you now. Eddie, let's go ahead and close this, Hadi. Let's test Eddie now. All right, Eddie, I pick up a call and I'm a CEO of the company and you picked up the call. First of all, how would you pick up the call? Go ahead. The phone is ringing.
I think I'll say, hi, this is Eddie speaking.
Eddie speaking, or
from
Eddie
the
from help desk, right? So whichever term they use, they will tell you that. Great. So Eddie, I am basically having some issues. I'm expecting a very important call, and I'm looking at my inbox, but I don't see it. So can you help me find that email? What would you tell me first?
Sure. I'm not remoting in though, right? I'm just over the phone. I
Yeah,
can't see.
you're not remoting. Yeah, yep.
Okay.
This is something you know now, right? You know how
Yes.
to guide people. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's see if it went into your junk email box. Are you in Outlook right now, or are you in your mail?
Yeah, I'm in my Outlook. Where do I go and check my email?
Okay. Do you see where it says Outlook on the upper left corner?
Yes, I do.
So I would go, and if you could just follow down past new message, favorites, folders, inbox, until you get to junk email.
I love the way you said that. Look at the Outlook, follow through. You see how it made it so easy for me, even though I know where it is, but I actually kind of looked my eyes to how you were talking and I'm going down. So the flow was extremely smooth, right? So Outlook, and then I'm going down, and
then I would left click on your mouse on the, did you click on junk email already? Did you left
click on, no, left click, left. Okay, okay, good. Just click on it. You make it more confusing when you say left click. All right, cool. Then?
And then, do you see any emails in to the right of it? Do you see any emails there?
Oh yeah, I see that the email is right there. But hey, Eddie, I really don't want this email to go to junk like this because this is so important, and I spent like 2 hours with them, and I really don't want this to go to junk. What can you do for me?
Okay. This is assuming I can't remote in, right? So I'm just okay. So let's. Are you hovering your mouse right over the email? Can you?
Yeah.
Can you right click on it? You have two buttons on your mouse, right?
All right.
And then if you move the mouse down slowly.
Okay.
Where am I clicking?
Look at it. Look at the right click. Where does it say mark?
Thank you. I didn't see that. I already forgot.
Okay, but now here's the thing. You fixed that issue, but now I'm saying, hey Eddie, I really don't want this email to go back, this company to go to junk again.
Okay.
How can we fix that?
If you can move the mouse down until you get to create rule.
Hey Eddie, one more thing. Eddie, one more thing. So when the scenarios where you cannot see user screen, what I usually do what I used to do when I was at help desk, I would open my own email and I would do the same thing because obviously I'm not going to remember all these names, right? Okay. So I would say, oh, Marcus, whatever. So yeah, that's another thing you could do is open your own email and follow.
Yeah, make sure you always have to open an email before, because most of the time the calls are either through email or through voicemail or something like that. Unless somebody call you, even if somebody call you on the phone and you're in reactive mode, still open an Outlook. Say, hey, hold on, let me open my own Outlook so I can guide you. And that's not a bad thing. That they're not gonna say, oh, you don't remember where it is. Nobody's gonna say that, right? Okay. Everybody knows that there's tons of different type of settings. That's actually good that you're telling a person, okay, let me open my own Outlook so I can actually guide you better. Okay, so then you're kind of following that.
Oh, yeah, and it's so much easier now that I'm looking at mine. Yeah.
My last question to you is that I asked you, Eddie, I don't want this to, I know I can do mark it as not junk, but Eddie, if I get a new email from this company, will it not go to junk again? How can I make this permanent? I don't want this to go to junk again.
Okay, so we can fix that. Do you see what says mark as not junk?
Okay.
So if you go down 1, 2, 3 to create rule right underneath it.
All right, let me stop you over here. So we're not following the rule procedure here. I just showed you right before this a full, like not using a rule method here. Yeah, that's good. That's okay. That's, you probably get away with that. Okay. A rule is not used for this kind of stuff. So now we're gonna say, how can I make sure that this company doesn't get junked again in my email? Then where would you go?
You want the easy one? Then we can. click on mark as not junk, I think.
We did that. Now I want to make sure that this, let's say somebody else from that email, like another employee, send an email to us. Now that, of course, going to go to junk. Where should we go to do the settings and everything? Now this is not a part of here, right? It has to go somewhere in the settings, right? All right. So now
I'm guessing. Do we click on setting? I'm sorry. I'm lost now.
Yes. There you go. That's fine, because that's the piece that I wanted to do this action again, because that's how we kind of reinforce what we have taught you. So you have to click on settings. You're going to tell the CEO, can you go on the right side and click on the gear icon? So go ahead and click on that, Hadi. And now you're going to go what?
If you can, can you go move the mouse down to the bottom where it says view all Outlook settings, right underneath settings? If you move the cursor down.
Perfect. Okay,
you
now
see view Outlook settings. Click on that. Okay. Are you there? Did you?
Yes. So where do I click on it now?
So you would click on view all Outlook settings.
View all Outlook settings. Where is that?
It is.
Oh, I already did that. We already did that. So we're in there right now. Okay, now.
Okay. So you click on view all Outlook settings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on the third, do you see where it says settings up on top on the left?
Yes.
If you go to the right, you'll see layout. There's two layouts. It's the one in the middle.
Yep, layout, go.
And then underneath it says compose and reply.
Yes.
Attachments. And then rules.
Okay, now here's the thing. Let's go back. You're not going to tell them every single tab, because that's just too much, right? So you already pointed the person to, you are in the layout, in the same line, go down to where?
Rules.
To junk emails. Remember, it's information about junk emails, right? So here what we need to do is we need to add that domain into the safe sender. When we say domain, that @jobskillshare.org needs to be added right there, like how Hadi has added me right there, right? @jobskillshare.org. So now you can tell the CEO, I added that domain into the junk filter, and now you should be getting all the emails from this company in your inbox. And the CEO is like, oh, thank you, Eddie, you're the man. Thank you so much. Great job. That's it. Done. Our call is over, and our job is done, and you can go home now.
The same way you will block senders, right? So over here, if you look at it, it says block senders and domains. If you know your company knows that there's a domain that's malicious, you can add that domain here.
Yes.
Okay. Just read the title. It says block, safe.
Okay. Now here's another. This is where somebody actually didn't do well in our member didn't do well in the interview. Somebody asked him, how would you troubleshoot an email inside Office 365? This is where it gets technical. This is where you become an IT person, okay? All this stuff, honestly, if you give access to somebody, they can do this stuff, but there's a little more. Now, if I ask Brunel,
sir, yes, sir.
If you are, let's say scenarios like this now for you too. If we are getting an email in the inbox and I'm expecting $1 million email, $1 million contract in my email, and that's not showing up in inbox, that's not showing up where? Where is it going to show up after that if it's not showing up in inbox?
Showing up in the junk email.
Okay, Hadi, can you go to a junk email, please? So Bernal, I'm not seeing that in the junk email as well. What? I mean, I'm really like, I really want this email to know what's going on with it there. And I called the company, you're like, did they put the right, I mean, you're not going to tell your CEO a little bit like directly like that, like, hey, are you sure, did you give the right email to them, right? You're not going to say that to them, right?
No.
So you're going to basically say, okay, it's not in the inbox, it's not in the junk mail, then what can we do in this area, in this part right now? How would you guys troubleshoot this? Hadi, let me take over your screen.
Are you want me to stop sharing or you want to take over?
I'm going to take over.
Okay, so I want to stop sharing.
Yeah, can you send some email to admin at DMV client 1?
Hold on.
So guys, if it's not in the junk, if it's not in the inbox, it's not in the junk mail, then what can we do now?
Can we search?
Where do we search? That's a good idea. The great point right there. Where do we search?
On the top, up top left blue thing, it says search.
So this is just a search for the Outlook application, right? It's not searching. It's like if it's not there, it's not there, right?
It's
like if I delete
at DMV client 1, right?
Yeah, admin DMV client 1. Yep. So guys, if it's not here, if I delete these two, right? If I delete this,
yes.
Go ahead. This search has no value, has no meaning, right? So this is where you become an IT professional because you have the ability to go back where were you guys? Where were you guys? Where did you guys become more powerful? No, not part of the. Where did you become?
Settings.
Okay, settings. Settings also. Let's go ahead and check settings.
Send an email. I think it came in the inbox.
Danish?
Yes.
I can hear you guys, but my screen is starting to act up. So I can see what's going on, but I can hear you.
Okay, if you want to restart machine okay, it just came up now. I saw you. Maybe your internet connection is having an issue. Do you want to restart your machine? Do you want us to wait for you?
No, just continue. I can, yeah.
Okay, good. So guys, this is an important piece because this is not going to be in the settings. This is not going to be in the search email box. You have to go back where? What are you here in Office 365? What kind of rights do you have? Yes.
Yeah, right.
Bernal, you're an admin, right?
Yes, sir.
This is where you get more features as an admin. This is where you can come back and, okay, I have more features than just doing this stuff in Office 365. If you look on the left side, you see where it says show all. And if you go all the way to the bottom, this is where the Exchange stuff started, meaning this is where you can manage now the Outlook, their more advanced features, which you're not going to be dealing too much over here. But for this one specific thing, you still have to know how to troubleshoot an email, okay? So where do I click to trace an email?
Exchange.
Exchange, because email is a part of what? Exchange, okay? So guys, when we go to Exchange, this is going to open a whole new world for us. We're not going to confuse you with everything. But if you look at this right here, by looking on the left side, what makes so much sense to you in terms of searching an email? What makes sense over here? Can you look at these tabs and just tell me which one should I click on?
Recipients. Permission. Recipients or permission.
Sorry, what's that, sorry?
Recipients. Who's getting the email? You say you're not getting the email? So.
Yeah, if you are getting an email and you're not receiving it, what is that considered to be? Like, that's a flow, right? Like something is not coming through. So look on the bottom right here, it says mail flow. But if you look on the right side, it has more information inside that says rules, message what?
Oh.
What is that? Message trace, right? So if you click on that, that's what they mean. If they say, can you guys troubleshoot an Office 365 email that is not coming through, where would you go? You're gonna go back to admin. You're gonna open what? Mail flow, and you're gonna open what? Message trace. But like we said, that Microsoft Office 365 changes all the time. So what did they do in this message right now? What are they telling us?
They got some new.
They got some new stuff going on now, right? So you have to click where to make sure you are going to the latest place. You have to click on this link right here, right?
Wow.
So now you see it took us to a new, different portal of Microsoft. This is why I said you cannot learn Office 365 as an administrator in this training. You're not preparing yourself for that. You're preparing yourself for just specific things that they expect you to know, okay? So here, if I open this new portal, where do I click on it? Where do I need to go back? Mail flow, good job. So you're gonna click on mail flow. Where do I click on here now?
Trace.
Message trace, there you go. So this is where this tracing started. So if I want to trace a message from my CEO, what do I need to do?
Start a trace.
Start a trace. There you go. You click on the button. Simple as that. So, okay. So to trace a message, what is the procedure? You need two things, right?
You need his email address or his account name.
You need the person email address who's sending it to you. You need the CEO email address because you got to do tracing between these two email addresses, right?
Oh, you need both?
You need both, exactly. By these people. By these people are who? It's Hadi. Hadi, did you send it from your email?
Yeah, it was. I think it went straight to your inbox.
Okay, let me use mine then. Support. So from my phone, let's say I'm the vendor. I send one email from this ID, but you can see in the Microsoft this is confusing. When you type the email address, it says on the bottom there's a retired email, but that's not what I'm looking for, right? I am basically using a different email, and I'm just gonna click enter. You see, as soon as I click enter, it captures that email. So if you type something, you don't need to look at the list. There's no list right there. You have to actually type enter in there. Okay. So who's our CEO? Our CEO, then we need to find it from the list, right? Who is the CEO? The admin, right?
Okay.
This account right here.
Okay.
So I'm going to do what? Search. There you go. So now I can go and actually tell something to my CEO, right? I can go and tell the CEO that, yes, we did receive an email. What time? You click on it, right?
3:30. Yeah.
So what is it if it's not showing up in inbox, if it's not showing up in the junk email, where is it going to stop right here? It's going to stop right here in the delivered message. It's not going to say delivered. It's going to say what? Blocked. You guys get this point?
Yeah.
Microsoft have blocked that email, and the only way for you to find that out is you have to do the message trace. Did you get that, Bernal?
Yes, sir.
So this is a very confusing part for a lot of new professionals, and they get stuck and they're like, oh my God, I don't know, it's not in the junk, it's not in the inbox, where is it? How can I answer my CEO? He's looking for an answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then the reason to show you this, the reason, let's see, Leila's here. All right, Leila, welcome back. And let's see if she can hear us. So I'm just waiting on that mic to come up, but maybe she's still having an issue. Okay, so now if it's showing that the email is blocked, what can you guys do? You're gonna come down and you're gonna do what? Submit. You're gonna submit a message, and what are you gonna do? You're gonna say should not have been blocked right here. You have to send this message to Microsoft. Did you guys get to this point? Because now, who is controlling your email servers?
So,
Microsoft?
Right? Yes. We're not controlling it anymore. We don't have the ability to just force it and go back to inbox. Does it make sense?
yes.
Yeah.
So, but by doing this method, by doing this flow, you kind of save yourself from a kind of stressful moment, because the CEO expects you're a technical person, you are hired to become a level 1 technician. At least you should know how to trace an email, right? Does it make sense to you guys?
Yes,
Suppose it says in this thing where it says message trace details, you don't even get received. You can be 100% sure you never got it.
I'm not sure if I got your question.
You know why? Because I didn't explain it clearly. When you did the trace, which was what the fuck? How did you get there?
Yeah, message trace. So watch my screen. There you go. I did start trace. There you go. And I start support at job skill share. So what's your question here? Like jobskillshare.org.
Yeah.
And then I click the admin.
Yeah.
And then I just search for whichever emails he got, right?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I got 2 emails. Okay, Hadi.
So then, I think you clicked on one of those.
I clicked on one of those, yes. But look at the status. Why did it go to junk? Look on the right side, guys. Well, why did it go to junk? Why?
Is it
What's the
filtered
reason?
as spam?
There you go. So now you know that why it's going to junk as well, right?
Oh,
Because Microsoft think that JobSkillShare is a spam. Microsoft doesn't know about us. Microsoft is a big company. It doesn't know about a little tiny money company like us, right? So Microsoft thinks that JobSkillShare emails are spam, so we're going to put it into junk. Let the user decide that it's junk or not to make their life easy, right?
yes.
So guys, this is kind of like the ending of the whole Office 365 for your skills, right? And you can see how big software Office 365 is. So just to give you a little bit of real world check in here, where is that? Man, I have this open right here. There you go. Okay, guys, look at my screen clearly. This is important. So Office 365 engineer, look at the jobs. Look at how much are they paying for these jobs. Any Office 365 job starts from what? $55,000 up, right? And how many jobs are above 100K right here? Look at this, almost 1,000 jobs right there, right? Yeah. But again, it says Microsoft Office 365 what? Engineer. Yeah. It doesn't say help desk. But if you look at the bottom right here, what does it say? Junior systems engineer, what? Okay, and if I click on it, then where's Office 365 right here? Look at this. Now, if you were to look at this description and you wanted to apply to this position for almost $35,000 to $50,000, you guys have not done even a 3-month-long training yet. You haven't even done phase 2 yet. But I can guarantee you, if I ask you, I know now you guys can at least understand what that is, right?
Yeah.
Right, Banel?
Yes, sir. Active Directory.
And the server.
Domain control.
I can have a good feeling about this too now.
Yeah.
I can have a good feeling about this too. They may throw a question to you.
Yeah.
This is something that we haven't covered. We'll cover that pretty much probably tomorrow or later on. Let's see where we go. But this is not something we want to touch too much because we want to move to more modern stuff, right? So what about this one? Where are you guys doing your labs?
Yeah.
So now you tell me now, just by doing a 3-day training, you are able to at least understand the description of that $35,000 to $50,000 job right there.
Yeah. I'm not scared to death.
At least a part of it.
What's that, sorry?
At least a part, yeah. There's a firewall part we haven't done, switching.
The firewall part, here's the thing. The switching, the Meraki, this is specifically about this company. So you only have to cover that. We're not teaching you this stuff, right? Why aren't we teaching you this stuff? Because you may open a new description, and the new description will have what? Hawaii switching in there. And another one will have, I don't know, ABCD switching in there. Can anyone cover any training like that? And can anyone expect you to know that? No, they don't want to know. They don't want to know. If you can do these 3 with the confidence right there, you probably will land the job.
Yeah.
Because like I said in the beginning, people can even land a job without knowing these 3 at all. Without you even coming back and investing money in this training, you will still land a job. But why are you taking this training? Because you need to be confident, right?
Yeah.
And then of course, some of the things, this is what does it say? Look at the title of this. You have to look in the titles too. It says what? Junior Systems Engineer. So because of that systems engineer, they are focusing more on switching and firewall and stuff like that. / help desk. They want you to do 2 jobs together. It's a company. They want you to do 2 things together. That's not something I can force them to. Hey, you guys shouldn't be using that second title in there. That's wrong, right?
Okay,
so you're at the mercy of. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it says candidates should have 1 year of experience.
Yeah.
In the following technologies. Okay.
Yeah. So like I said, this is where you're going to be applying to many different positions, and we said that this is where we are totally different than other people, and this is where you will see a lot of famous YouTubers are telling you what. Don't look into this 1 year, 2 year, 3 years. Someone even put 5 years in there, right? Mm-hmm. This has no value. This has no meaning. It's all about you going there, putting your resume out there, and if they feel like they have clicked into with your resume, none of that experience matters.
Danish, I think I missed part of the previous explanation. Are you going to the resume and explaining that these things are pretty much what we can do, what we can apply for?
So yeah, so I basically came back over here. I'm like, okay, so you guys are finished with Office 365 training, and the last thing we did in the training is very important stuff. We had to do a tracing. Like we had to make sure that if the email is not a part in the inbox and an email doesn't come in junk mail, where do you go to actually find that email, right?
Right.
So we basically, can you see my screen, by the way?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, so basically we came over here in the admin area, because this is not a part. You cannot do this kind of stuff from the Outlook settings or anything. You have to go back where? You have to go back to the admin side of Office 365. So you have to click on the admin feature, because you're what? You're an IT person. You have that admin rights, right?
Right.
So when you click on the admin right here, you already know what this is, right? This is a portal, right? Hadi showed you all the stuff, right?
Yes.
So if you look on the bottom right here, what we have to do here, we have to expand this. Let me actually do this so you guys can see. So Leila, this is how you're going to basically go back to the Exchange to trace that email to this specific interview question that if somebody asks you, hey, how do you trace an email? So you're going to go back to the admin feature. You're going to click on show all right here, right? So look on the left side. Outlook is a part of what in Office 365, or is a suite of what product? Exchange.
Right.
Right? So this is where I told everybody that, you know, if you come over here, of course, this becomes a whole new world for you. You're not focusing on anything else other than what we teach you, right? Because then you're going somewhere else.
Yeah.
So here we basically talk about where can we click on to find that email. So what would be the matching skill over here? We all decided that should come under mail flow, because the email has to go through somewhere, right?
Right.
But it's not showing up, so where can you trace it? Look on the top right here.
Message trace.
Message trace. Then we basically say that Office 365 has to change a lot of stuff. They're bringing out with new layouts and everything. So Microsoft Office is telling us what right here?
To go to the new message trace now.
To go to the new message trace. So when I clicked on it, Leila, I'm now in a different world now in Microsoft. But still, I'm not losing my focus, right? I'm not losing my focus. Where do I need to go?
Starter tree. Mail flow. Oh, okay.
But I'm in the mail flow right here, right? See, I click on mail flow, and then I'm going to click on message trace. So that's their new product. So you see, I didn't lose my focus, because if you're a brand new person trying to learn this stuff, you go, oh, what is threat management? What is information governance? What is record management? And there you go, you are moving out of your training right now. You're moving out, you're becoming a person who is going to put their legs too many areas, right? And you will get confused. You won't be able to finish this training at all, right? So I like to say that with a little bit more aggressive tone. The reason for that is that I see people getting failed like that. So that's why I say, when I say that, don't lose a focus. You're going to be focusing on where I'm taking you. That's going to be the message trace only, nothing else. Does it make sense to you guys?
Yes.
So now, Leila, if I want to trace that email, I need to click where?
Starter trace.
Start trace. So now if I want to do tracing between these two people, what do I need the two most important things to trace an email between two people?
The one who sent and the receiving.
The one who sent. So you're going to tell your CEO, what is the email of that person, right? You're going to get that information, right? So that's like, let's say, job skill share. This is an external domain, right? This is not a part of your domain, right? This is my domain, right? So a support is sending $1 million contract to who? A CEO, which is the admin account here, right?
Right.
So you're going to look for it. What do you do? What do you do after that?
Search.
Search. So there you go. First of all, you found out that there was some kind of exchange done between these two. Does it make sense?
Yes.
But the most important thing is CEO didn't get it. So what would you look at the first thing? The status, right? The status right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What does it say in the status, Leila? What's the status of this email?
It's in yellow.
Leila, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
It says what?
It doesn't.
Filter. You see this?
Status, yes.
Maybe you're not seeing the whole screen right
No,
now.
I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing just the email addresses. That's it.
Oh,
And
maybe you're
export
not.
results.
Can you see this? What am I doing right now?
Oh, you're highlighting.
Now look at this. Where am I going at the end? Maybe you're not seeing the whole screen right here.
Are you
Somehow
full
maybe-
screen?
No.
Yeah, you got to do full screen. You see, I'm under status right here. So basically, I'm highlighting that, and I'm going all the way to the end right there on the right side. I'm not sure if you can move this. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, can you see now?
Yes, yes, I can see now.
So basically, you have a screen. I'm not sure if you're dual monitor, but you have one screen, and you're hiding it under your camera or something.
Yeah, the video. Yeah, it's blocking the part
So
of
you
the
have to just
screen.
move the video from, like,
Okay.
put it on the bottom or something like that. Okay. So what is the status here? It says filtered as spam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right? Filtered as spam right here. So you can tell your CEO that this email is actually filtered as spam, or in your case, if a CEO is not totally seeing this, they're just gonna say what? Blocked. So this is how you troubleshoot a email that is not gone through the inbox, has not gone through the junk mail. Where did you find it? You found it where? In message trace. So then you're gonna click on it. And then now later you see the full the full details of that email, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do on the bottom? It says submit message, right?
Right.
And you're gonna submit that to the Microsoft that this should not be blocked. Unblock this email. Make sense?
Right.
So Microsoft is then gonna take care of that, and you fix the issue. So Leila, this is where we say that we are done with the whole Office 365 in terms of your skills. What's important for level 1? We went above level 1. Why? Because no one teaches this stuff in a help desk training. So they already assume that they may ask you that in an interview. I don't know why people do that. That's kind of crazy stuff right there. But if you go there and you have this on your resume, and Brunel asked a really good question, what if they put a 1-year experience on the description? Brunel, this is what you call playing with the mind right here. Okay?
Yes.
So they put that in the experience. Why are they putting that experience? Because they assume that you're applying to this position, so you already did internship or you did a job somewhere that you have touched these things before. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, how are you kind of crossing out that 1-year experience? Because when you said that on your resume that I have Office 365 management experience, they will ask you, okay, how did you know about this stuff? Where did you learn this stuff? This is not a part of A+. You see, that's where you started to make your mark right there, that, oh, I did the whole training, I did this, I know Active Directory and Office 365, and that's where the experience thing goes out of the window. I mean, that's the thing, like, how are our members landing a job from Best Buy, from Armani stores and stuff like that? I'm sure they would be coming back in here like, this method is not working, right? But other thing I wanted to show it to you guys, there's no requirement for help desk jobs. Have you guys watched one of my videos where I said that there's no requirement for these jobs?
Right.
I'm not sure if you guys have actually seen this video. bs.gov computer support. Okay, let's go ahead and just quickly get your just to give you more confidence here. Tell me what's this is right here. Customer support specialist job, and who is this? This is not job skills share, guys, right? This is bls.gov. I mean, this site is not me, right? This is a government site, right?
Government.
Right.
Okay, so tell me one thing over here. What does it say right here?
Work experience,
Work
none.
experience, not related.
What does it say right here?
On the job training,
On the job.
None.
Okay, now let me take you to similar occupations right here. Tell me which one doesn't require a degree.
Customer service,
Yeah,
rep.
customer service.
Does it make you feel better now? Okay, but the reality is not this though. Of course, people want something in their resume, right? They want you to know. That's why you're taking this training. So when you go out there, you're not like a person who just bring their A+ certification. Say, look, I know I have an A+ certification, because that's where a lot of people are expecting, right? In this training, or because as soon as you start going to that stuff, then they're gonna throw bombs like these, like right here. Okay, how much do you know about Active Directory? How much do you know about Office 365? How much do you know about Azure? None of that stuff in an A+. How can you even tackle that then, right?
Wow.
But again, here you go. If I ask you, Leila, now, by looking at this description, which is about not the same title, they're mainly focusing right here, but they also had it a help desk. Can you, if you see the description, does it make sense to you? If you look at the Active Directory, what is that?
Yeah.
Did you touch
Directory?
servers? Did you touch server before?
Yes.
What is this? What did you do today?
Office 365.
Okay, well, let's go to this one too. What is this?
VMware virtualization.
That's your lab right there, right?
Yes.
So now this is a very key point right here, because a lot of people may get it, may not get it. So here you go. Nobody can train you 100% on any description in the whole world right now. Nobody can say, okay, this company is a flagship network. They may be using switches from Meraki, Dell, Cisco. Nobody can teach you on what they want, right?
Right.
It could be a different company. They may be teaching you on something different. Another company something different. Another company something different. But what they are looking is this. You know these major things, they know this. Everybody knows what is a server. Everybody knows what is Active Directory. Everybody knows what is Office 365. Everybody knows what is Azure. Everybody knows what is VMware. There you go. That's where you told them you know more than enough for you to give me the entry-level job. If you tell me that I need to get trained on every single thing over here, first of all, I'll say it's impossible. But if I do train you, then I'll tell you, why are you in going for 35 to 50K? Why don't you go for $100,000? Like if you can take care of that job, right? Like if I'm at the position where I cannot be playing with this kind of, I need to know probably this much for me to land $100,000 job. But still, I don't need to know this much. Does it make sense to you guys?
Wow. Yes.
Like if I want to land $100,000 job, I need to know in this description, I need to know this much. But I am not expected to know the 3 different lines. It doesn't matter what it is. They just want to know, how much do you know about IT? That's the core. Anybody gets that, they just fly into IT like very quickly like that.
So
the people, one last one. The people who get stuck in this area, they go to every single description and they're like, I don't know this, I don't know this, I don't know that. But they know like these 3 major things. For now, like I tell you guys, even if you guys go right now and apply to jobs, and if you guys are fluent in this stuff, that the things that you have learned, you may land a job with no problem. But if you have built that mentality that, oh, I need to learn about firewall, I need to know about this now, and then you open, let's say, different description. Let me open another one. And you're like, oh, okay, I don't know about, VoIP. Where does VoIP come from? Can you ever stop learning that?
Wow.
You can never stop learning.
Right.
So you have to accept this reality, or else you are just not gonna finish it at all.
One of the things I've learned in my personal interview processes and career is that as long as you know 75% of stuff on there, you should be good. Other 30%, 25%, if you don't know, it's fine. You know, before you go interview, just let the recruiter know. Like, look, I know 75% of it, other 25%. You know, I'm not very strong at it. Things like that. You can always go and do your own research. You can always read up on it quickly. It's just you get a basic idea. You don't have to, like Donna said, you don't have to know those. As long as you know 70% of it and you're good at it.
And that's another thing too. 70% is pretty high if you ask me. But what about the people who actually, and Hadi knows that, what about the people who got the job with 0%? Just going in there because the person, they like the personality of that person.
Exactly.
Right? Yep. They have given that job because of this reason, because in this market, if somebody is knowledgeable and the managers know this stuff, a lot of people know this, they give you the job based on what they're paying you. They're paying you less right here. That's not a lot of money in IT, by the way. $35,000 is not the money that I'm training you for, right?
Right.
I'm training you to become a technical person who knows how to play around with different type of skills requirement, different type of mentalities, so you can after 1 year or 2 years jump into 80 or 90K jobs like that, you know? And that's how in our platform people work, because they're being mentored. They're not just going left and right, right? Does it make sense, Bernal? Because I think you
Yes,
have
sir.
that question. So,
Yes,
so
yes, yes.
is my thing making point to you? Because that's very
It
important.
is.
Because you're gonna get stuck somewhere, right?
Yeah, it is. 'Cause you will get stuck in that experience stuff. And that's the idea. Yeah.
And the idea is because there's nobody doing this kind of stuff. They're not teaching that the way we're teaching you, the way we're giving you the resume. So when people pick up these resumes, that's why they gonna start. You know, it's like you're shaking their head because that's different. I was not expecting this from a level 1 or a person who's saying I want to apply to the level 1 position. A lot of people are applying to these positions are who? These are not the people who are working already in IT. Why would they come down? Why would they come down to get less money? Does it make sense to you guys?
Yes.
No IT person go down. They always go up. So who are going to take those smaller level jobs? Who?
Us.
The students, right? The
Right.
students, the people who are like you, who didn't take any training and they want to take this job, they're still going to give, like I said, I want to give this thing again and again. And I hope you guys, when you guys are doing a review of this whole training, I want you to keep this in mind because we didn't try to sell this program to you, right? You took this
Right.
program because we were telling you that you're going to learn something to save yourself in future when you land a job. And also it's going to help you land a job. That's what we're telling you, right? Because
Right.
as soon as that a student who lands a job with A+, the second day, he's going to be dealing with all these tickets that we spent almost 4 hours today. And he has to learn this on their own, or somebody has to teach him. He has to take that stress right on the job while you are not taking that stress. This is my main point to you guys. So make sure you guys don't forget this when you guys are doing a review, right? Because that's the main point. That's why you paid for this training, right?
Right.
Okay.
So, quick question.
So go ahead. Yep.
So the web-based Outlook, does it function the same way as the other one? The application Outlook, the one that I
Good
currently
question.
use?
So I'm sorry, guys, that this whole training kind of became pretty big because, right, like I said, we don't compromise on quality. It doesn't matter if it's 2 hours. We went about 2.5 hours. So one thing I want to request you still have to spend another 30 minutes in this training. I'm sure you guys are tired. Let's take a break and let's come back after 10 minutes because Ali has to show you, Leila, your question, Ali will answer you when he's training you on the Outlook application. So this whole training will be completed then. Meaning you're going to learn about the Office, you learn about the Office, you learn about the web Outlook, and now Ali is going to actually show you what the Outlook you're using at work, because that's another important piece of it, right?
Yes.
Right.
So does it make sense?
Yes.
Sorry, okay. So 10 minutes, guys. Let's take a break for 10 minutes, and let's come back 30 minutes more, and then we're going to end this training, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay. So to do the Outlook lab, which Ali is teaching you, you guys will, once you guys finish this training, and maybe on Monday you guys can start again, you will go where? You're going to go open up your help desk machine, right? You're going to go help desk machine because that's your what? That's your IT machine, right?
Yeah.
You're going to log into it, and you're going to basically log into Office, the operating system. Now, if you guys look at it, we don't have Outlook application in here, right? I don't have application in here, right? If I search for it, there's no Outlook. And Leila, I think this is how you open an Outlook from here, machine, right?
Right.
So to get Outlook, and if somebody call you in reality and they say, hey, I want to download Outlook, where would you download that Outlook from? Remember, we were talking in the beginning, you guys are Office 365 Access, and Eddie was saying something, I see some application stuff. That's where you need to download Outlook from. The whole Microsoft Office suite come with Office 365. So you can have 5 free licenses of Office 365 on any different machines. I think it's 7 now. So you're going to go where to access Office 365 from your lab machine? Portal?
Yeah.
Portal.office.com, right? Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, let me move away from this because I think I was doing something else. Here, I'm going to log into Office 365. Let's say this is my local machine, which I'm using it currently right now. So I logged in. This is what you guys are going to be doing it. So remember, don't try to install Outlook on your personal machines. Why? Because this is 30 days license, and if you download it, you're going to mess up your machine, meaning you're going to install this huge application, and it's just going to be laying down there for nothing. Okay? So you have to use your lab machine. That's why we gave you the lab, so you can do all these things. You're going to click on what? To install Outlook.
Install, yeah.
Install, and all you have to do is to click on Office 365, and the rest is automated. You just have to click on the yes button, and you're going to get Outlook on your machine, fresh Outlook. So now after that, Ali will show you what to do on how to learn about Outlook. What are some technical people do in Outlook? And Outlook is way bigger than, of course, Outlook itself is a big application. So then, of course, Ali is going to teach you in our practice lab that you all have access for 1 year, and Practice Lab gives you a full lab on Outlook. So let me show it to you right here. You see right here it says Outlook 2016 Core Communication Collaboration. So even if you, let's say after 30 days, you want to come back to Outlook and you want to learn more about Outlook, you have a whole lab right here. Does it make sense?
Yes.
But now Ali will take over and he's going to show you some of the technical stuff that needs to be done with Outlook, and that's where we're going to conclude this training, okay? For today. Make sense?
Yes.
All right, Ali, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, Ali, you've been up for a long, long time, man.
Yes, so long time.
All right, so go ahead and take over my screen, and I'm going to stop sharing. There you go.
All right. So, hey, Eddie. Hey, Bruno. Hey, Leila.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
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 Right. So, as you already work on the cloud solution and you have got to be introduced with the Office 365, where we have emails on the cloud and you may use your web browser to access that cloud server. But here on this lab, I'm going to show you how you can run the application on your premises, on your device, and this Outlook application can be working both ways. Like when you have the cloud email solution, so you can also configure your cloud email to this Outlook, or you can connect your Outlook application to the Exchange server, which later on Danish will show you. So to configure Outlook, you need to open the control panel for that. And for that, you just only need to type control panel on the Windows 10, and it's gonna pop up on the top. And here it is maybe the case you will find the icons in that series, in that sequence, and you get confused, where is my mail option? So you can click to the category and change it to a small icon. Then you can easily find out your mail icon. And here it is. This is the mail icon, and it contains all your configuration related to your mail and related to your Outlook profile, right? Now, just click to this mail option, and here you have 3 different menus like the email accounts, data files, and the profiles. So first, we will set up a profile on which Outlook will load and retrieve the email. So currently, I've already created this test profile, but let me show you how you can add the profile. So normally, you can click to the add, and here you can provide the name to that profile like test2. And now here, if the check is on the email account, so it is easy to add your email account, like you have Office 365 email account, and just you wanna configure your Outlook to access email on your premises, on your workstation. You don't wanna go on the web portal to access your email on Office 365 or by using your browser. So you just only type your email address here and then your password, and the rest of thing will be done by the Outlook. It will make the connection to your cloud and then start retrieving your email. But if you have the Exchange server in your environment, so you will make check on manual setup or additional server types, and then you will proceed this visit. And here, if you go on top, so you can define other protocols. And if you make check on POP or IMAP, so here you have a vast configuration fillers where you can add a pinpoint, a precise detail to your server. What is your incoming mail server? What is your outgoing mail server? Your username, and kind of protocols which you want to allow in your Outlook. So it is a detailed configuration. This is mostly done by the system administrator, but you at least need to know how you can configure those sort of areas. So currently, I've just make check on email account, and I added my personal email account because it contains the email to show you further features and functions. And then when you create a profile, here you're going to find this option, prompt for a profile to be used. So if the check is on always use this profile, so it will not ask you when you launch the Outlook application. So if you want to choose the profile at the time of launching, so you can make check over prompt for a profile to be used. So what will happen? When you launch the Outlook, it will ask for the profile. So you can create multiple profiles on the same machine, on the same Outlook, and then you can make check over the prompt. So every time when you launch Outlook, it will ask for the profile. So in this way, you can use multiple emails in the same Outlook application on your same workstation. Then click apply, and we are done for this profile and this configuration thing. Then I'm going to launch the Outlook, and now you can see it is asking me to choose the profile. All right. So here, by clicking on the drop down, I can make my choice, and this time it is test that I already configured for this training. And there you go. After that, it will again ask for the credentials. So you just type the password, and then you will see the Outlook in this way. And probably your user just experience the Outlook in that way. Like in the left, they will got their container, the same folder they've created on the cloud will retrieve to their workstation on Outlook. So you will almost experience the same mail option like you experience on your cloud. But here, this is the application. Like the Zoom, you already experienced these things. You got two options, whether you use Zoom on the browser or you can download the application. But both will provide you the access to this training. So in this way, this Outlook is the application where you can access your email, and cloud is a browser way to access your emails, right?
Yeah. But this application, we're gonna connect that.
Yeah,
to the server?
You're gonna connect that to the portal. When you download the Outlook in your lab, it's gonna ask you to sign in. So what sign in you're gonna be using? That eddie@dmvclient1 on Microsoft.com. Yeah. So as soon as you do that, you're gonna get all the emails from cloud, or it's just gonna connect you basically. That's the first thing. When you install the application, it's gonna ask you to sign in.
So when you have Outlook in your environment, in your domain network, you will probably get a call that my Outlook is not synchronizing with my cloud or with my Exchange server, or my new emails are not listed in my inbox. That sort of calls you may get. So for checking the Outlook delivery or the connection status, that whether the Outlook application is communicating with the cloud or not, you have a icon on the left top corner, and if you hover the mouse over that icon, so it will define you what is about, and it is send and receive. If you click over there, so you will find in the lower bar that it says connect to the Microsoft Exchange. So it means your application is fully connected with the server, with the cloud, and everything is going smooth. But whenever the user get a problem, they will find that status on this bar, this lower bar, and this bar, it will look like trying to connect to the server or not retrieving email. It's gonna be look like that. So we have certain other solutions to fix that issue, but in the first, I will tell you the first and the best solution that is most useful in an experience solution that you can easily apply to fix this mail issue, like the people are not getting the recent emails. And how we can fix, just return to the control panel and again click to the mail. And here you have this show profile option, and in the middle, this is the data file. If you click on the data file, so it will locate that particular file that contain all those emails. Like if you open the Outlook here, so you can see it just downloaded all your containers from the cloud. It downloaded all your emails from the cloud. It actually makes your inbox just the same like your cloud. So all these things get saved in that data file. So first we need to locate that file where it is. So for that, we will click on Open File Location. And here you can see on the top, this is the actual file that contain my emails, my container, all my personalized inbox setting. So what if, because when I'm launching the Outlook, what happened? Outlook application look for that file. Every time when you launch the Outlook and it asks for the profiles, and once you made your choice, so it's gonna look for that profile where it is. So if you manipulate Outlook in that way that you change the name of this file, then the Outlook application will start finding the file. But unfortunately, when you change the name, it will not find that file. And in this way, it will create a new profile. And when it creates a new profile, all the retrieving process will restart and it will start retrieving email in just like you're using Outlook first time. So let me show you how it works. Yes.
No, nothing.
All right. So here I'm closing Outlook, and then I'm gonna change the name of this profile to just disguise the application. So, okay, maybe Outlook is opening on background somewhere. That's why it's not changing. So I think we need to wait. Okay, let me check from the taskbar. Right click there, and here open the task manager. And here you have this more detailed button. If you click over there, and in the process, if any application is working in the background, so you can easily trace, you can easily find that application here. I think Outlook is not running on the background. So let me retry to rename this file. Okay, now the file name is changed. So what will happen when I will relaunch the Outlook? It will ask for the profile. Then I will suggest my choice and I will add my choice. Then it will look for that file that contains the profile that we choose. And when it will not found, so it's gonna create a new profile with a new name, and then the whole process, the whole channel will become refreshed and the synchronizing will restart. So how it will happen, here I just click on the Outlook and click to this drop down and select the test and click OK. And now you can see loading profile. And this time it is looking for the profile. But definitely it will not find the file because we just changed the name. So it is preparing Outlook for the first use. That means when it not find the profile, so it will create the new one and retrieving the mailbox. And that's what we want, to completely refresh the Outlook. And 90 to 95%, this troubleshooting technique really works. Right? And here you can see the emails start coming from the cloud to this desktop application, and the numbers are increasing because it is downloading and retrieving email from the cloud. And it will retrieve a specific amount of email. Then if you further scroll down and ask for the other old emails, then it will download those ones, but it will not fully download whole inbox at once. Right? So this is the best and most useful technique that I showed you. And behind this, we have other simple techniques that we can also run to fix this email issues, like the user are not getting their emails, or in the inbox, emails are not changing and they're not getting the recent ones. So the other technique is, if you click on the file here on the top left corner and further scroll down, so under this mailbox cleanup, right now it is busy in retrieving email. Once a specific number of retrieving is done, it will show you the capacity of your inbox. So if you get a call from a user that my Outlook is not working and I'm not getting emails and there's no recent email on the top, so first you can check the mailbox too, because that may be the reason the user is not getting emails, because the mailbox is totally full and there's no space for the new emails. So to clean up the inbox, you can click on Cleanup Tools, and there you go, this archive. It's the most important thing in the Outlook. And if you click on the archive, so then you got all your containers on your mailbox. So these are the containers of your mailbox. So if you click on any of the container, like this box B waiting list, and I thought that I just realized that this specific container contains a lot of emails, and that maybe my mailbox is just get full. So I have an option to archive my whole container, and here on this archive items older than, here I can define the date. Like I want to archive my box B waiting list till 2019, that all my 2019 emails will go on archive, and I will check those emails later. Maybe those emails are some sensitive emails or related to my production, related to my corporate career, or whatever, my just professional emails. So there are definitely sensitive for you, and you want to make, or you want to keep the backup of those emails. So you can define the time scale here, that on which date you want to make archive. And then you can see the directory here. If you click on browse, so it's going to show you the output location and where it is, documents and Outlook file. So this is the location where this archive will save, and I'm not archiving currently, but it is just near to this OK. If I click on this OK button, it will start archiving my box B waiting list. And where it's gonna appear, and here you can see, this is the capacity of your mailbox. 10 gigs is full, and 10 gigs is free, and almost 4 gigs is full. And this archive will visible here under these containers. Or if you didn't find your archive folders, so you have another way to access your archive is what? Go to the documents and currently we didn't make the archive. That's why we don't have this Outlook file folder. It will locate you a Outlook files in the documents, and then you will find the archive file. And if you wanna,
and you can also take this archive to another machine if they, like let's say somebody leave a company, you can take the archive and put it on a different machine if you want to do that.
so in this way, you're just cleaning your inbox and you're making it space for the new emails, and you're just freshing your inbox capacity. So most probably in this way, most of the email retrieving issues got solved. Then Microsoft also provide a utility to fix Outlook issues. Like if you go to the C drive, definitely there you have your Outlook, and go to the Win program files and the Microsoft Office 16. No, not on program file 86, just program files, right? Then Microsoft Office, and here Office 16. And if you press S, so it's gonna directly locate you to the ScanPST. This is a tool through you can repair your profiles. Let's say you have a backup of some employee who just left your company and it's about 2 or 3 years old, and you want to check his email, or you want to open his profile and you're just facing issues and it is corrupted. So you can go to this location, program files, Microsoft Office 16, then press S for the ScanPST, and this utility will open on the screen, and there on the browse you can define that profile, that particular file which you find not working or corrupt, and you can add here, then start repairing. And currently the profile works smooth, that's why it's not repairing that profile. So you can add this profile here on this utility to repair. First it will analyze the issues, then it will show you that sort of issues are occurred with this file, then it will start repairing your whole profile, right? Then in the last, we have another thing to launch Outlook. Like let's say you got a call that my Outlook is not opening and we are unable to access Outlook, and there are a lot of other applications that are involving in Outlook loading that makes Outlook heavy to launch. So because if you have endpoint system, if you have antivirus system, antivirus softwares, they probably integrate with your email programs, with your browsers, with your other applications, through you can access some web things, some browsing, some email things. So due to this integration with those applications, sometimes those applications become so heavy, so full to load. And by this integration, we just lost our schedule activities. So on the first level, if you wanna disable those integration, those add-ins, so you can click to the file and go to the option, and there you go, this add-in tab, click over it, and on the manage com add-ins, click go, and here it's going to list you all the add-ins that are working with your Outlook application. So you can remove the check from the box, and then your Outlook become totally light, and it will not load those other integrations with its launch. Or you have other command to launch Outlook in a light mode, and what it is, let me close the Outlook, and then I will click to the start and run, type the run app, and here I will type Outlook /save. So what this command will do, it will open the Outlook in a safe mode. So this is another way to launch Outlook in a light version. It will disable all the integration, all the other application that makes Outlook so heavy, so full. And then I press enter and everything will be same. It's gonna ask for the profile, and here I make my choice, test, and then click OK and password. And now this Outlook is light version. It doesn't contain any add-ons like if you have Zoom in your machine, so Zoom probably connects to your Outlook to make schedule for your meetings. So this safe mode will disable all those add-ins, all those integrations, and it is totally light Outlook version. So even when you launch this safe mode, you can easily archive your email, then you can delete our Outlook, or you can reinstall Outlook. You can do other stuff. First, by launching in safe mode, you can easily make backup or archive your folders or different quick things you can do to save your email or save your stuff. You find that you once need to open the application to set your things, then you will hand over your machine or your desktop for troubleshooting. So in this way, you can quickly open the Outlook in a light version. Danish, do you want to add something?
No, that's quite a good, the last thing, that safe mode was important. So guys, are you guys still there sleeping?
I think they are sleeping.
My brain is fried. This last part.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a quick
Yeah,
question,
go ahead,
just
go
a
ahead.
quick question.
Yes.
So there was a time I took my laptop to the IT guy to install Windows 10, and he asked me whether I have signature in my Outlook. At the time, I didn't have any. So does that mean when you do a fresh installation, your signature will disappear?
Yeah. When you
Okay.
when you do a fresh installation of Outlook, can you guys see my screen now?
Yeah.
So this is while he was doing that, I actually went into one of my lab machine and actually installed that how I wanted you guys to install Outlook for the first time. So if I install Outlook for the first time on this machine, you see how it's saying it's right here. You're all set. Office is installed. The whole suite is installed on this machine right now, right? So later, if you look at it, if I open Outlook for the first time, and that's how you guys will see it too. Now I can see it, right? Before I was not able to see it, right?
Right.
So after installing the Outlook, Eddie, this is also to answer your question. When you, for the first time, install Outlook, you see it's going to open up and it's going to look for a profile. But if you see it's going to pick up the help desk from where is it picking this account from? It's going to pick up from the Active Directory. But our Active Directory is not connected to the Outlook. This is something we can talk in the future. But in here, what are you guys going to do? You guys have to go where? You guys have to change this address to what? To your Office 365 account, right,
Yeah.
Leila?
Yes.
So I'm going to use my own account. So here I'm going to choose DMV client. And Bernal, are you watching this?
Yes, I am.
So this is our admin DMV client 1. And let's see. Was that Ali? Who did we lost? Is everybody here?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay. So
I
Microsoft.
disconnect my phone.
Okay, no problem. So it says on Microsoft, so I'm going to do that, right, Leila? And I'm actually going there and make sure that everything is correct. After 5 hours, I can't even type, so I'm sure you guys are tired too.
Yeah.
So admin DMV client 1 on Microsoft.com. So see, I'm connecting it now through the internet. It's going to do the same process like how you guys go to the portal.office.com. You guys see it's the same username password, right? So here, I'm just going to log in with my password. This is the password that I gave you guys, right? So I'm going to uncheck this for now. This option, just uncheck it. We can talk about it later on. So now, later, when you do this for the first time, it's not going to have any signatures. Unless you have a signatures on the cloud. I'm not sure. I've never tested this. Like, is it going to pull something from the cloud? We can always check that tomorrow and play around with this. But it's not going to have anything special, kind of like, customized type of thing, what you have done for other machine. Let's say they give you a new machine or they install a new Outlook. It's not going to have anything like that, right? It's just going to put all the emails back to you from the server. So if I click OK now, you can see my Outlook is opened up. I don't know why I get this, but here you go. My Outlook is opening a profile for the first time. This is something Ali just showed you, right? How to create a whole profile and everything. So you see, it's for the first time, it's going to open up. But if I go to my new email now, you can see I don't have any signature right here. So again, you have to actually add a signature right here, right? Like you say that you can go to the Outlook and you can add signature this way and all that kind of stuff. So this is exactly what you've been doing at work, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that, to answer your question, yes, it's going to be a fresh profile. The only thing it's going to have is the email from the server. It's not going to have any tiny type of changes in this. So I know this is where a lot of common user gets a little bit upset sometimes too, because if you give them a new machine and you give them a whole new Outlook profile, then they already, for the past 2-3 years, they have done some tiny details, right? My pen should look like this, my pen should look like that, and all that. That's all that stuff is going to go away, right?
Right.
You're going to keep that in mind too. Yes, it's definitely going to, some of the options are going to go away. Okay. So, okay, guys, this is almost five hours. Sorry, but this is how we do our training. You know, we don't just stop. You know, it's like we have to finish things. We have to finish things, right? Of course, it depends on the questions too. Then we try to answer your question rather than just skip answers. So at this point, the training is over. So if any one of you wants to go and just close this training down, you're more than welcome. But I'm still gonna wait for any other questions that you guys have for issues or anything like this. You guys can ask me right now, and I'll answer it and help you out with that. Any questions so far?
Where? So we're loading this in the lab. We're gonna load.
You're gonna do this process. Look at this right here. So I went in there. I told you where to go, right? Portal.office.com, right? And look at this. When I click on Install Office, this is the first option that I get, and I will install it from here. This is what you're gonna see in your machine too. You're gonna click over here. Then you're gonna go to the next step. It's gonna say yes, you want to run this application. Bernal, you watching this?
Yes, I am.
You're gonna click on Run. Once you click on Run on your machine, you're gonna get this message, and then you're gonna see this screen. So it's gonna say Office 365. Office 365 is installing. And then once it's installed, you're going to see this screen that it's already done, right? I showed you, my last message was this right here, that I showed you that how to connect your email. That's it. That's all you got to do to get this Outlook working. And then you should go back to Ali's video and just kind of like play around with the profile, crash your Outlook, remove Outlook, all that kind of stuff. Then you have 30 days to play around with this stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, what is the, so, can you explain why why do they have two? Why would they have it? They have it on the cloud and in-house.
Cloud is a new feature. It's not that new, but Office 365 is a new feature. This has been there since 2001, 2003. I don't even know if they had Outlook before that. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't probably born at that time when they had something. So 2003, 2007, 2010, 2013. So they had all the desktop applications, and this has more features than the web version.
Oh.
And a lot of people are used to this. Like Leila itself, she's used to this, right?
Yeah.
So it's a part of the how the companies are working. You know, this is an application, we're using it, and people are used to it. It's much the offline version has more ability like offline emails. You don't get that in the web version, right? What if your internet goes out and you want to now make sure you still go over some of the emails? You still have the emails right there, right?
Okay.
In the web version, you don't get that, right? It's a web browser. You close the web browser, everything's gone, right?
Yeah.
Do we still have companies using Lotus instead of Outlook?
What? Portal?
Lotus.
Man, that's old. I don't know.
Oh, Lotus. I'm like,
yes.
What is, okay.
Lotus.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Not many people are using, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it depends. Yes.
Yeah, I was just signing into the portal, Microsoft, and it says something about updating my password. I'm using the same password that you gave us.
Is it asking you to like change your password?
Yeah, to me, you need to update your password because it's the first time you're signing in.
Oh, okay. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna reset it back, but I'm not gonna push that button in there.
Okay.
So I'll take care of that. I'll take care of that after this.
Okay, so I was able to sign in and got on. I got to this page. That's at the portal where I use Bernal DB, the DB client. So I was able to put in my password, and I got to this page here. So
Okay, so that's good because that's a option that was, I think, clicked in there. So we're gonna remove
yes.
that, and then you're gonna log in back in.
Right.
So
Okay.
so here's a deal right here. This is gonna be 5 hours long video.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, a lot of people may say it's a long video. You still have to follow this. I mean, I understand a lot of people say these videos can become pretty big, but to be honest, that's why we are doing this training, right? You have to go back. You have to open up this video on the right side somewhere. Maybe get a tablet or something, or maybe another laptop, and put the video out there. And you have to follow every single thing exactly the same way for the first time. That's the rule of this training, right? You cannot go left or you cannot go right. The reason for that is that we're going left and right, and that's just not a useful training at all, right? For us and for you. So you definitely need to go back to these videos. You got to do this again. But of course, this is 5 hours worth of video, and I don't expect you to do this tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be another probably 4 hours video, right? So then you have this remaining, almost remaining 3 weeks for this server, because you get what, 30 days on the server, right? So you got enough time for you to play around with this whole other stuff again and again to make sure you got this area correctly. So then if I ask you, when I take you here, you see, even though we spent almost 3 days, but we covered almost everything that you needed for you to be comfortable at any job right now. But you're not comfortable yet. You haven't done it. You haven't done the hands-on yet, right? Too much. You didn't do too much. So, but when you do it, after a month, you should be fluently talking about these things: Active Directory, group policy, CMD, OS features, Office 365 admin, Office 365 Outlook as an application. This is something people learn in 6 months worth of job, guys. So this is not something that you're gonna learn like this, right? So when you do all this stuff, this is why our training is so unique and it's so effective, because we combine all that 6 months of experience and try to throw it to you that here you go, you need to do all these things. So how do you guys feel right now? I mean, let's 5 minutes of talking and then we're done, okay? How do you guys feel now after 3 days of training?
I'm so impressed with the training. In the beginning, I wasn't aware of all this training that you did. Some of these words were pretty much like, it felt like rocket science, especially, Active Directory or domain or VMware. But right now I can confidently say at least I am aware of pretty much what they are. Nice.
What about you, Eddie?
No, I'm gonna stand by my previous statement. No, I feel much more comfortable now when I see this. I'm not like when I used to apply for jobs online on it. I used to get scared. I say, "Oh shit, I don't know Active Directory. I don't know none of this stuff. What is that?" I mean, now I can look at it and go, okay, well, we covered it in training and keep working on it. And at least I feel like, I know the basics.
I mean, it's not foreign to you anymore. Like you look at these things, at least you know there's a video that's being covered. You can go back to it. And again, this is only 3rd day of our training. 3rd day. You still have to do a lot of phase 2, a lot of guidance, a lot of mentorship. So imagine after 3 months of training. That's going to be a different level right there. What about you, Bernal?
Yeah, at first when I started, I was a little scared. All this information, but now I can understand what VMware is, Active Directory, what that means, what group policy means. It's getting more clear.
We're more
clear there yet, but it's getting clearer.
I mean, that's the whole point.
Right.
Because like I said, no one can make you an IT professional in 4 days of live training. If somebody tell you that your training is going to be only 4 days and you're going to become an IT professional, ask for a refund or don't even pay, because that's not true, right? Because right now, what we are doing, and exactly where my point is, I'm breaking you mentally into IT. So for Leila, she was so new to this stuff. I like that her response is like this now because I already start breaking our mind into IT. Is that because that's my main goal. I'm not going to make you a master of none of these things. Every single thing, like I said, has its own jobs right there. Like I said, Active Directory, VMware, group policy, people can make about 90K by just knowing that stuff at a very expert level, right? But for you to know these things, you're way ahead than somebody who's just going as an A+ certified person and have no clue. So that's where, like I said, Brunel, for your question, that's why you're breaking, you're playing with mentally with a lot of people right there. Not like, it's not tricks or anything. You're learning, you're doing an effort, but you're using your common sense and you're using it smartly. And that's the things that we miss throughout our life. We spend too much time playing around, try to put our leg here, there, Linux. I want to do Unix, I want to do Azure, I want to do AWS, I want to do that. And later on, people get burned out. And I got a call 2 days ago. A person told me that he's a Dell tech, so he's pretty technically sound, but he's like, I'm so lost. I don't know what I'm doing here, right? I need to get into IT. I'm doing that Dell tech stuff, but I want to get into a real IT job, and I have no clue what I'm doing. So help me out. So you see, that's the reason that we're doing it. And we have people who have done interviews with us, with other YouTube channels, and you will find out those people. And they will tell you that after 6 months or 9 months, or even a year long efforts, and even they giving up at some time, they still struggled. And at the later on, they went so far that they just couldn't come back. And now they're telling people that these are the things you need to know. Does it make sense to you guys?
Yes. So there was a time actually we had a new hire start, and I reached out to the IT guy and I asked him, could you please create an account for the new hire? And he told me, you need to reach out to the Active Directory teams. And I was like, what is that, or who is that? And he was like, they will assist you with creating the account. So right now with you, last week, going over the Active Directory, now it makes perfect sense as to what it's all about.
Perfect, and that's good. So here's another request from you guys. Can I use this little portion in my reviews on YouTube? I can remove your faces. Eddie, you're on the camera, so nobody else is on the camera. So can you guys allow me to do this? Because this is very important for us. We spend so much time trying to, tell this to the whole world that this is what we're doing. A lot of people have different misconceptions of like, okay, live training versus why can't I do this at home? I'll just spin up some labs on my own. Why can't I do that? So can I do this? Can I have your permission to this? Leila, what do you think?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
This really helps us because then I'm not investing too much of my energy to, hey, there you go. There's a video right here. You believe it? Go and register. You don't believe it? No problem. We're not coming after you, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you guys. You guys spend so much time with me. Don't try to do this, please. Don't try to log in right now. 5 hours is too much. Eddie, I'm telling you, because you at 12 a.m. you get in. I'll respond to you at 1 a.m. too. I'm like you too. I'm crazy like you. So just don't try to do that. Take a rest. Okay. Monday is your day where you're gonna have this whole server with you, and I'm gonna relax too, and I will start responding to you guys and try to test you more, and that's where we're gonna move you, put you into phase 2 smoothly, so then everything becomes a part of this whole training. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
see you guys tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Have
Take
a nice
care.
day.
Thanks,
You too.
Ollie.
Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye.